Good morning.
Good morning.
my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelisiwe, can you please place the matter on record?
Morning, thank you, Judge. Today is the 4th of August, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Is the interpreter here and the witness?
Judge, the interpreter is here. She just stepped out to go take papers, but she is here, Judge.
Okay. Good morning, Miss Ngube.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes. Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. You are reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Just before you start, I don't see the interpreter, Nelisiwe, please. Good morning, Miss Chole. Morning, Miss Chole. Can you hear me?
Good morning, my lady.
Okay. You may proceed, Miss Bandlenda.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Miss Ngube.
Morning, Advocate.
Miss Ngube, when we adjourned yesterday, we were talking about the deceased Terence Chaba. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just to remind the court, this is docket number 9.
Correct, thank you.
Now, I just wanted to clear one thing up. When we adjourned, Miss Ngube, you said you remembered Terence Chaba because he had died in your car. I think you may be a bit confused. I thought I'll just give you an opportunity to clear that up. Terence Chaba was admitted to Pretoria West Hospital on the 8th of August. That's in the clinical records. So he didn't die in your car. But on the same date, you also transported another patient in your car. Do you recall that?
Yes, counsel.
And that was Daniel Josiah. You remember Daniel Josiah? Okay.
Yes,
so he is the one that died in the car. He was declared dead on arrival. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clear up any confusion.
Thank you.
All right. So
just
let's.
a second.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. So if you can just start by going to page 37521. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. All right.
Page 37.
521, my lady.
521.
Okay, so on that page, you'll see that the 12th person that died is Terence Chaba. And you will see in column 5, under transfer date, that Mr. Chaba was transferred to Precious Angel on the 23rd of June. Do you recall that?
I see it, counsel.
Okay, and we've already had extensive evidence on the fact that you did receive 22 male patients that went to Precious Angels on the 23rd of June, correct?
Yes, counsel.
Okay. Now, on the date of death column, you'll see that Mr. Chaba died on the 15th of August, right?
See it, counsel.
And if you keep moving along the line, you'll see that the cause of death on the post-mortem was bronchopneumonia. You see that?
See it, counsel.
Okay. Now, if you could then turn to page 2799.
I'm there, Council.
Thank you. This is Exhibit GG14, my lady, and
Okay.
it's an affidavit by yourself. Is that correct, Ms. Ngube?
Yes, Council.
All right. So now you'll see on this affidavit in paragraph 3, you say that on 23 June 2016, I collected the user, Mr. Terence Chaba, from Life Esidimeni, and I was with caregiver Penny. I can't see. Do you know the surname? Is it Ngeu?
Yeah.
Ngeu, Ngeu. Okay.
Yeah.
And patients were collected with EMS transport. We covered that evidence yesterday, so I'm not going to go over that again. Now the next sentence, can you see that? Can you just read me the next sentence?
Patient or user didn't have clothes with him. He only had toothbrush and washing cloth. The patient was
That's fine.
assessed by Dr. Wadwala.
Okay,
Also called.
that's fine. You can stop there for now. All right, so let's just take that slowly. So you say the patient didn't have clothes with him. He only had a toothbrush and washcloth. Do you recall whether he had any medical records with him?
It's the same as with all the patients that we received, that they had only one pair of clothes that they were wearing. And then the files were handed over to the assistant to Penny that was helping me.
Okay. And were there files for every patient?
From what I gathered, or what I can remember of.
Okay. Do you recall what you did with those files when you got back to Precious Angels? Did you have a place that you kept all of the medical records?
On arrival, basically all together with the caregivers, and they opened my files to match the pictures with the patient.
Okay. I want you just to go to page 20425.
20425.
That's correct, my lady.
I'm there.
Thank you. Now, you'll remember that this is a document we looked at yesterday. It's the audit checklist. I want you just, okay, I want you just to look at item number 3, which is general administration and management. You see that block?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please read me the second bullet point?
There is adequate security facility for storage or records such as patients' files, staff files, and other records at House 1, but not much of records were available, and most came from the manager's car.
Now, you told us yesterday that you were the manager. Do you have any recollection of this? Did you give them any records from your car?
Gave who records, Council?
The individuals from the department that were doing this visit. We discussed yesterday that where on these audit checklists and audit report, where they referred to the manager, you confirmed that that was you. Do you recall that?
Yes, all records that were in the cupboard in the house.
Okay, so you didn't give them anything from your car.
No.
So what do you think they mean by this line on this audit checklist?
They would explain that, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, were you aware, let's come back to Mr. Chaba. Mr. Chaba had been diagnosed as having epilepsy psychosis and an intellectual disability. Were you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And in your statement that we were looking at, GG14, you don't have to go there. You can confirm if it's correct. If you want to look at it, I'll take you to it. You say that you transported Mr. Chaba in your car to the Pretoria West Hospital together with Deborah Petler. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you did that because he had seizures in the morning.
Sorry?
You said on your affidavit, you say he had seizures in the morning, and that's why he was transported to the hospital.
Can I ask the interpreter to intervene whenever you ask such questions so I can explain it nicely?
Okay, you'll just let me know when you would like the interpreter. So if the interpreter could please interpret this question. In your affidavit, you indicated that you transported Mr. Chaba to the hospital because he had seizures that morning.
But this is now, just a second. This is the affidavit on page. Is it the previous one that we've just referred to?
That's correct. It's page
2799.
27. That's correct, my lady. It's GG14 and it's paragraph 4.
Okay.
I'll ask the interpreter to interpret the question. Shall I repeat it?
Yeah, just repeat the question.
Ms. Ngube, in your affidavit at page 2799 in paragraph 4, you indicate that you transported Mr. Terence to Pretoria West Hospital as he had seizures in the morning and he was admitted to the hospital.
uTerence Chaba uyomtransporta kumisa esibhedlela ngoba uyoba nama-seizures ekuseni ngalolu suku.
Is that correct?
Ingabe kunjalo?
Yebo, ngike ngafonelwa i-caregiver achaza ukuthi ama-seizures akhe aqalile and then safonile ambulance.
Yes, I was phoned by the caregiver who informed me that his seizures had started. We phoned an ambulance. Yebo.
And then because beba delay and bengiloku ngifona ngibabuza ukuthi bafikile yini, and then kwathiwa ukuthi abakafiki, then ingakho ngike ngarasha.
They were delaying. I was constantly phoning, finding out if they had arrived. However, they were delaying, and that is why I rushed.
Thank you. Did you witness Mr. Chaba having seizures?
Ingabe wena siqu sakho wambona Mr. Chaba eba nama-seizures? No.
Okay. Now, we know from the records before this court that a week later, Mr. Chaba died at the hospital where you took him, and that the cause of death was bronchial pneumonia.
Ke sekuyaziwa manje ukuthi iveki emva kwalokho uye washona Mr. Chaba esibhedlela bathi imbangela yokufa kwakhe i-bronchopneumonia.
Now, I want you to go to page 2879, please.
Page 2879, iyabuleyo.
Have you got that page?
So figure it up, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you see, so this is a report as part of the clinical records at Life Esidimeni. Can you see that what is recorded there below Mr. Chaba's name is his blood pressure, his temperature, and on the right-hand side of the second line, it says weight 63.1 kilograms. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes, I see this.
Okay. Now, I want you then to go to page 2736.
Page 2736, iyabuleyo. So figure them in.
Not yet. Okay. Have you got that page?
Sophia,
Not yet. Okay.
Can I get the page number again?
Sure. 2736.
2736.
Are you battling to find the page, Ms. Ngube?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Perhaps Mr. Late can assist you. And I'll ask Ms. Stevenson also just to direct you to the page. Has something popped up on your screen saying Ms. Sasha Stevens is to direct you to bundle page 2736. You can click yes.
She can also display it on the screen. I see it's not displayed.
Okay. Thank you.
We've got it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the schedule of observations that is part of the post-mortem of Mr. Chaba. I want you just to look under general. It says an adult black male, his height and his mass. His mass is 46 kilograms. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So in a 3-month period, I can hear Mr. Late in the background. I'm not sure if he's trying to talk to the court.
There's no indication. Mr. Late?
I'm sorry, my lady, I just helped the investigating officer with case launch.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Stevenson, you can remove that document from the screen if it's easier for the court. Now, in a 3-month period, okay, Mr. Chaba, you want to ask something?
Can we get the screen over again? It's gone now.
Yes, no, I just want
okay,
you to, I just want, we can have it up again if you like, but I just want you to see that when he died, he was 46 kilograms.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, so this is the proposition I was putting to you. In a 3-month period, between the time when he was at Life Esidimeni and when he died, he lost 22 kilograms. And the Life Esidimeni records that I took you to was dated the 18th of May. We've previously been through that in evidence. So 2 months of the time in that period I've referred you to, 2 months of the 3-month period that we're looking at, he was time spent at Precious Angels, during which he's lost 22 kilograms. And do you have a response to that? Did you notice that this patient had lost so much weight?
Bengasebenzi ngabo, I don't know ngoba bengasebenzi now.
No, I was not working with him or with them. I don't know because I was not working with them.
So when you visited, you yesterday told us that you visited every day Precious Angels, which was an NGO that you owned and that you were responsible for. Did you not walk around and look at the patients?
Precious Angels boya nsuku zonke. Kanti bungahambahambi ubukane nama patients.
Bengihamba ngibuze ne-staff.
I was working with them.
Mr. Fitlele has its hand is up.
My lady, I think we are belaboring the point now. There were about 100 and something patients. I don't know if it's humanly possible to walk around there and look at each and every one of them.
Can the witness step aside? When there is an objection, Ms. Ngube, please step aside.
Mancobe bathi nawubona ummeli enza i-objection noma efaka isikhalazo kumele ngaphandle ngithi ma'am.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yes, Mr.
I think to be fair, the witness has already indicated that she was not the one who was handling the patients. Now, saying that you were walking around when you were there every day, didn't you walk around and see the patients without being specific? I mean, if you want to say, did she not go and look at this Terence Chaba, then that is one thing. But patients in general, when talking about Terence Chaba, I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair.
That's
I
not
think we
how
are
I
just
understood the question. Let me hear Miss Bandelende.
Thank you, my lady. That wasn't my question, first of all. I was asking about Mr. Chaba, and I asked her whether she'd noticed that he'd lost all of this weight in the short period of time that he'd been at Precious Angels. But in any event, Ms. Ngube already testified that she knew what was going on, that she went almost every day to Precious Angels. And she is the owner. She's the one that people were transferred to. So I'm afraid she can't not answer questions that she's already said, you know, she was responsible for and she was there. I was just asking her that if she went to the place every day, did she not notice that one of the patients, they weren't 100, they were 56, 53 in fact. Did she not notice one of them was very sick?
Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
But my lady, this witness is not a doctor. She's not a clinician.
That's
She
not
does
what,
not.
Yeah.
She does not personally go around looking at patients. She relies on the professional staff that she had hired to inform her if there is a problem. Now, there were 2 houses, and she has already indicated that her duties every day when she went there was not to do one thing. It's not like she was limited to doing only one thing. She would go there and she will get informed if there's anything that is missing, anything that is finished, and then she will attend to that crisis. And that is within the context. Now we are taking it out of context to say as if she was idling there every day and there was nothing better for her to do. And that is unfair, my lady.
Okay, I sympathize with you, Mr. Pichel. I don't think you captured the question properly, and I think Ms. Bandelende tried to explain what her question was. We're dealing with Terence Chaba here, and in my view, having regard to the background that is already before court, I think the witness can answer the question. This is cross-examination.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please.
Thank you. The witness can answer the question. Yes, you can just rephrase it.
Ms. Ngube, I asked you just before you stepped aside whether you had noticed on your visits every day to Precious Angels that Mr. Chaba had lost so much weight.
Ke bengikuzile ukuthi ingabe uye waqaphela yini ukuthi Mr. Chaba sekehlile na ngomzimba njengoba ubuya lapha yana Precious Angels uyovakasha nsuku zonke.
Angikwazi ukubona ukuthi umuntu uluze i-weight kangakanani uma ngiloku ngingena ngenza kumele ngikwenze on daily basis. Some neyami indodakazi angikwazi ukuyibona uma iluzile i-weight. So
can the interpret, please?
I am not able to can see how much a person has lost weight when I go in there to do whatever I came to do there. Even with my own daughter, I am not able to see when she has lost weight or how much weight she has lost.
Continue.
Well, I'll leave any inferences from that answer to my argument, Ms. Ngube. Would the translator please translate that?
Ke leyo mpendulo yakho uzoyishiya ke uzo-addressa lokhu ngendlela ophendule ngayo uma sekenza ama-arguments akhe.
Now, did you ever take Mr. Chaba to the hospital before the 8th of August?
Ngaphambi komhla ka-8 August. Wamusa yini esibhedlela Mr. Chaba?
Angazi ngamusa bebangangitshela ukuthi kumele uyagula noma kumele ayisiwe. Besingakaliserwanga ini.
Just a second. I don't pick your interpretation because most of the time you speak at the same time with the witness, and it's going to cause a problem on record. Can you give each other a chance? And I'm still please, I'm mentioning this again. Don't let the witness say a lot of things before you interpret. Please, you have to stop and control the witness. Continue.
The question.
Can I get that interpretation, Mrs. Shole?
I had never taken him before. I had not been told that he had to be taken before then.
Thank you. Did you ever call a doctor to come and check Mr. Chaba?
Ingabe ukhe wafonela udokotela ukuthi azo-check-a uMr. Chaba?
Udokotela bengimfonela uma bangitshela ukuthi kumele udokotela avele.
I would phone the doctor when I would have been told that the doctor must come.
The question is, did you ever call a doctor to check Mr. Chaba? Did, as far as you remember, did you ever do that?
Udokotela ubukhe wambiza yini ukuthi azo-check-a uMr. Chaba? Ngokukhumbula kwakho?
Cha.
No.
And when you took Mr. Chaba to the hospital, when you drove him to the hospital on the 8th of August, and you admitted him to the hospital, did you tell the hospital staff what his medical condition was and what medications he was on?
Ngomhla ka-8 August namusa esibhedlela. Osukuba aba-admitted, wabatshela yini esibhedlela ukuthi yini medical condition yakhe nokuthi usebenzisa eyiphi i-medication?
Bengingakwazi konke lokho, bekwaziwa ama-caregiver, yingakho bengithatha i-caregiver eyaziyo nge-user nakho konke ekumele kuphawulwe masiye esibhedlela.
I did not know all of that. It would be the caregivers who knew all of that information. And that is why I would take a caregiver along who would be able to give any input that is necessary at the hospital.
And the
or
caregiver,
information.
Just a second. Yes.
and the caregiver that you took along with Mr. Chaba was Deborah Petla, is that correct?
Deborah Peter, caregiver wahamba naye, yes.
And she's a caregiver trained in home-based care.
Deborah Petla, was she not one of the deceased? Is it me who's making a mistake?
No, I think this was a caregiver. Should we ask Ms. Ngube to clarify?
So you took along Deborah Petla as your caregiver?
Deborah Peter, I think. It's Deborah Peter, my lady.
Peter.
Peter.
Petla, ne?
Yes.
There was a deceased.
P-H-E-T-A, if I
Peter.
remember.
Peter.
P-H-E-T-L-A. Yes. And then who was the deceased?
Petla, as far as I'm aware. P-H-E-T-L-A.
Yes, that's why I'm mixing the names, but it's fine.
Yeah, yes, my lady. P-H-E-T-L-A was a deceased from Takalani.
And the name was?
Also Deborah, I think.
Yes, that's why I made
it's very close. It's very close, my lady.
From Takalani, that's someone else. Okay, that's fine.
Someone else. This is
But
Deborah.
Did you get the name from the affidavit so that we shouldn't be confusing issues? Okay.
Yes, it's in the affidavit, and the affidavit
Okay,
seems to be
fine.
spelled P-I-T-A.
Okay. Continue.
Now, okay, so you took this caregiver who was trained in home-based care with you to the hospital. And were you aware of did she have any medical records with her?
Home caregiver uhambe naye kena esibhedlela, ingabe akhona ama-records bebephethe kena?
Ubehamba ne-file eye-caregiver, eye-user. And then achaze ngendlela bebamphatha ngakho e-organization.
Should
Nah.
be the file of the caregiver.
Come again. I'm sorry to interject. Yes.
She would bring along the file of the user. She would then also give information of how they handled the user.
Aphinda achaze konke okwenzakele ngoba yibo basebenza ngabo.
And then she would explain everything that happened because they are the ones that work with them.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. I just want to be clear of your answer, Ms. Ngube. Are you saying that Ms. Peter had Mr. Chaba's files with her when you went to the hospital?
Singifuna impendulo yakho ingicacele kahle. Ingabe
Ama-file-
icaregiver bekeyiphethe ifile lo user ngalolo suku lokuya kwena esibhedlela?
Yebo, ama-file bewahlala ekhabetheni khona ku-organization. Uma kumele sisi patient bekukhishwa i-file eye-patient sihambe nayo.
Yes, the files were kept in a cabinet at the organization. And whenever we would be taking a patient, we would take the file from the cabinet and go along with the file.
So the answer is yes, you left with the file or she left with the file.
Ingabe impendulo yakho ithi yebo, wahamba nayo i-file. Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you my difficulty with this. Dr. Talatala, who was a psychiatric expert that gave evidence before this court, took the court through the pedagogical reports on Mr. Chaba and all of the hospital reports on Mr. Chaba.
Udokotela leyo uye wagowa through irekhodi kaMr. Chaba lana ecourt.
And if we look at the transcript of Mr. Talatala's evidence, Dr. Talatala's evidence, I'm going to give the court the reference. I don't need you to go there, but the reference is page, sorry, my lady, 44287 for your notes. Dr. Talatala's evidence was that it was clear from the records that the doctors treating Mr. Chaba did not know what was wrong with him, did not know what his diagnosis was.
Uthi-ke udokotela Talatala kuye kwacaca-ke ukuthi odokotela bebe-treat-a ubaba uChaba bebengazi ukuthi yini i-diagnosis yakhe, bebengazi ukuthi kwenzekani ngayo.
And they did not know what medication he was meant to be on.
Bebengazi futhi ukuthi yiphi enye medication noma i-medication okumele ebe uyayisebenzisa.
And Dr. Talatala's conclusion was that because they didn't know how to treat Mr. Chaba, they were grappling to treat him properly.
Uthi-ke uDr. Talatala ngoba bebengazi odokotela ukuthi bamtreat-e kanjani uMr. Chaba, bebelobe besokola-ke ukumtreat.
So I want to just tell you that I will be arguing in due course that had the hospital had, at the very minimum, Mr. Chaba's medical records and known his diagnosis,
Uthi-ke yena uzothi argue-ke yena athi uthi uzothi make argue-ke ebese ethi uma ngabe isibhedlela besinayo irecord yakhe uMr. Chaba,
and had they known what medications he was meant to be taking,
uma ngabe futhi benalo ulwazi lokuthi yiphi medication ebekuthi bekufanele isebenzise,
they could have treated him differently,
ngabe baye bakwazi-ke ukuthi bamtreat-e ngendlela ehlukile
and the outcome for him would probably have been different.
nomphumela futhi buzohluka.
Would you like to respond to that?
Ufuna ukuphawula ngalokho?
Action, my lady.
Okay, just a second.
Lady, the learned senior counsel is
Just
not
a second. I'll hear you. Yes.
And clearly on that aspect, Dr. Talatala was speculating. Now, one could always argue that why did the hospital not call for these records? Why did they not go the extra mile in that regard? But this argument that is now being put to the witness has nothing to do with the witness. Again, we are going backwards because we have already indicated, my lady, that it is not necessary to be taking this witness through your own arguments that you are going to present. That is for the court. Why should this witness comment? She's a lay person. What does she know about these things? We are simply just belaboring this thing and wasting time, my lady. It's been 2 days already.
Yes, Ms. Bankelenda.
Thank you, my lady. I'm sorry that I'm wasting Mr. Pitlela's time. He'll be happy to know that I have no more questions for this witness. But my lady, if Mr. Pitlela was now just making argument, we will respond to that argument and in due course when the time is appropriate. But I think it's only fair to put to Ms. Ngube where I was going with that line of cross-examination. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
I've not yet ruled on the matter, so
I'm sorry, my
because
lady,
you've
yes.
indicated that this is a matter for argument, we can just leave it there because I thought the witness it was up to the witness to decide whether to answer or not. But in any event, I'm going to leave it at that.
My lady, I had heard the witness say, no. So I had understood that she had answered before Mr. Pitlela spoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Who is next then? Ms. Munjerere, do you have questions to the witness? Mr. Pitlela, can you please lower your hand? Unless if there is something that you want to say, thank you.
Apologies, my lady.
Ms. Munjerere, do you have questions to the witness?
Morning, my lady. It's Advocate Makani. I'm informed by Advocate Munjerere that she's experiencing connectivity issues and she does not have any questions.
Thank you.
As the court, please.
Ms. Foster, are you there? Ms. Foster? Anybody with information about Ms. Foster? I'm going to pass her. Nelisiwe, was she at roll call?
No, Judge, she was not in roll call this morning.
I haven't received any information about her. Okay. Mr. Sibara?
My lady, we do not have questions for this particular witness. As the court, please.
Ms. Sabuko?
Thank you, my lady. I've got no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ramay Mela?
As the court pleases, my lady, no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Toka?
As the court pleases, my lady, I only have one question for the witness, and it relates to the presence of Ms. Rochelle Gordon on the 23rd of June 2016 when the patients were handed over to the NGO.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Ngube.
Morning, counsel.
My name is Amanda Tota, and I represent Ms. Rochelle Gordon, whom I believe you know.
Yes, counsel.
I've been listening to your evidence, in particular when you were referring to Ms. Gordon, and I heard you informing the court that on the 23rd of June 2016, when the patients were handed over, she was present. Did I hear you correctly?
No, she was not present.
I'm trying to be present.
I did not say she was present.
Come again?
I did not say she was present.
Okay.
As the court pleases, my lady, I wanted to clarify that fact. As we know the evidence that Ms. Gordon was only present on the 12th of May 2016 during the transfer to Tsepong. I have no further question, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
My lady, might I request, I do have a question for the witness, but might I request that my cross-examination stands over to before Mr. Pitlela proceeds with his re-examination?
Okay, thank you.
Teacher.
Mr. Shabangu?
As the court, please, my lady, I do have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Do we still have Mr. Manamela in this proceedings? Is he there?
Judge, he hasn't been attending roll call.
Thank you. Yes, then Mr. Profi.
Lady, I do have two brief questions for the witness relating to the timeline of medication and the allocation of the users. If
relating to?
The timeline of the medication that she had given evidence to.
What about the timeline?
My lady, I just want to ascertain from the witness in respect of the medication she sought from Patricia Mbasha from Bushlebe Inkosi. Was that before or after this?
Yes, and the second one?
It's a point of clarification in respect of the allocation of the users to her NGO.
Right. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ma'am, just to begin, I am the representative for 3 NGOs, being Bushlebe Inkosi, Moseho Home, and Takalani Home. My lady, may I proceed?
Yes. The witness, the interpreter.
I did not hear that, my lady. What's disturbance in the office? Yes.
That I'm Advocate Profi, representing the persons of interest from Bushlebe Inkosi, Moseho Home, as well as Takalani Home.
Advocate Profi lawyer uyazichaza ke ukuthi represent obani nobani, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to be very brief with you. Before I begin, I just wanted to apologize for any trauma that has been brought to you. And from that, I'm going to ask 2 very brief questions.
Just keep it short so that the interpreter can interpret.
Uthi uProfi uyaxolisa ngetrauma obuyo ozoba nemibuzo A2, A3.
Yeah.
The first question is in respect of you testified that you sought assistance in terms of medication from Patricia Mbasha from Bushlebe Inkosi. Is that correct?
Wena uye wathi uye wacela uncedo nge-medication kuPatricia Mbasha waseBuhlebethu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you seek this assistance before or after the users started dying?
Uncedo lolu ulicele ngaphambi noma ngemuva kokuthi ama-users eqala ukushona.
Beku ekuqaleni kula besingana uncedo from kwa-department and bekuyi i-asthma pump kuphela.
It was at the beginning when we did not have help from the department, and it was only an asthma pump.
Okay, just a second. Yes, continue.
You would agree with me then that it being from the beginning showcases your efforts to assist the users even before the death started, correct?
Ngabe kunjalo ukuthi lokho kubonisa imizamo yakho yokunceda ama-patients nangaphambi kokuthi kuqale kushona. Kunjalo. Correct, so it was.
Thank you. Then I move on to the second point, just a point of clarification.
Clarification.
Are you okay for me to proceed?
Yes.
Yes.
You had testified that you had received the incorrect allocation of users, correct?
Incorrect allocation yama users kunjalo. Yes.
Now, I put it to you that had you received the correct users in line with the criteria of your NGO, that is the reason for the consequence of the evidence that you had given yesterday and today.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi ngabe uye wathola i-criteria efanelene ne-organization yakho yama-users ngalekho umphumela wobufakazi bakho bungibuye ngakhona ngayizolo.
Ngingawuphendula umbuzo ngoba kukhosele into eyiningi angisafuni lutho engihlanganisa nabantu.
I elect not to answer that question because it has cost me a lot of things. I do not want anything to do anymore with people.
Okay, just hold it there. Yes, Mr. Prodi.
Ma'am, my last question is.
Just a second. Are you fine, ma'am?
Right, Manube.
She doesn't seem well. Miss Ngube?
Manube.
I'm not sure if it's only on my end, but it seems
Yes,
frozen.
it looks like the screen has frozen. Mr. Late, can you assist in this regard? Mr. Late? Nelisiwe, can you check with Mr. Late as to what is happening?
Noted, Judge. Judge, Mr. Late just informed me that he got kicked out, but they're trying to rejoin the meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pinnan.
Merely a suggestion, wouldn't it be convenient at this stage to take the tea break in order for the issues that have been encountered to be resolved in the meantime? And it would also allow the witness, I believe, time to compose herself if needs.
In fact, the reason why I'm waiting, I wanted to check if she's fine and then warn her properly before we adjourn.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay.
Because I noted it's nearly 11 o'clock at this stage.
Yes, I've looked at the time and I see Mr. Late is in the lobby now.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, before I talk to the witness, where is Mr. Late? Are you fine, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, I just wanted, in fact, we didn't know that you were kicked out, but we realized that the witness screen was frozen.
Yes.
So it appears she was breaking, and in fact, she didn't look well. So I wanted to check with you as to how she is, but I see now, I don't know, I will hear from her how she feels.
Yeah, she seems better than yesterday, but I think she's the better one to answer to that.
Yes, but just at the time, we realized that she was crying. She could, yes. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Ngube, how do you feel? Would you want to continue or should we take a break now?
It's not good. We can continue, Malik.
All right. Mr. Profi?
Ma'am, the question I wanted to pose to you before you were kicked out of the meeting is, you would agree with me that you would have staffed your NGO in line with your admission criteria?
Come again?
That she would have the resources of an NGO, she would have staffed it according to her license.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Shole?
Ngabe kunjalo ke ukuthi ngabe uye wastaffa i-NGO yakho ngendlela efanelene nama-requirements.
I think ngingachaza ukuthi like ukuphendula it's okunye ngoba inkhose into eziningi and then
I explained that answering that question has cost me a lot of things. And the other thing is,
umsebenzi ongiwenzile for umphakathi ngiwenzile for that period and angisafuni into engihlanganisa nokusiza umphakathi or anything. Right?
the other thing is, I did the work that I did for the community for that period. I do not want anything to do anymore with people. I am now all right. I'm done.
May I then have no further questions for the witness?
Thank you, Mr. Prophet. We still have Ms. Beauty Kekana. We also have Mr. Veselo. Ms. Kekana, are you there? Can you hear me, Ms. Kekana? Seems she's having problems.
It seems like the normal problems, my lady, that she
Yes,
doesn't
but
have.
can anybody find out if she has got questions?
If
to
she
the
can
witness?
just shook her head, if she doesn't
Okay.
have questions.
All right,
She
thank
doesn't
you.
have, my lady.
Mr. Veselo?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. I think some counsel reserved their cross-examination. If I may just check, I think it was, yes. Mr. Sangoni. Mr. Wooders, that was Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Pinar and Mr. Van Bergen. Just before I go to Mr. Peterson, can I just find out, Mr. Sangoni, I see Mr. Watpringle is here today. Did you reserve your cross-examination? If I may, can we check with your junior because he's the one who was there?
Yes, my lady, my understanding from him was that we had no questions for this witness, and
Okay,
nothing that's
fine.
happened today has changed that. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, my lady. At this stage, we don't have any questions for this witness, my lady. Thank you.
Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. In light of the concessions already made by the parties when Mr. Cobus testified and was put to cross-examination, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I have just a few issues pertaining to the 3 deceased that Ms. Roger Budlender dealt with. Just to clarify questions that she asked relating to what records were available and the medication that was available.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, my name is Harry van Bergen. I'm the counsel for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings. Ms. Interpreter, if you could just interpret, please.
Are you there, Mr. Come again? Ms. Nube, you wanted to?
Understood.
Thank you. Ms. Nube, if I understood your evidence correctly, you did not personally deal with the patients, the mental health care users who were transferred to you. Is that correct?
Personally, users.
Give a counsel.
Yes.
And would that include that you do not have knowledge of, well, beyond what is contained in your affidavits as regards records that were available and medication that accompanied the users from Life Esidimeni?
Give a counsel.
Yes, counsel.
Now, just
a second.
As your ladyship pleases. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, just so that there is no misunderstanding of what you have already testified, would you please turn to page 1468?
1468, your page, ma'am. So forgive it. Sifikile ku page 1468.
Sicela basi-display, bawu-display.
Can the page be displayed?
Sacha, would you be of assistance to the court?
Yebo, Masentini.
I am there now.
Thank you. Ms. Nube, you will note that this is page 4 of your affidavit, GG1.
Page 4, GG1 affidavit yakho loyo. Yabona lo? Yes.
And more specifically, it is the continuation of paragraph 9 that starts on page 1467.
Uqhubeka lapho ke uqhubeka paragraph 9 oqala ku page 167.
What I want to refer you to is in line 2 of the paragraph starting on page 1468.
Here ku line 2 ku paragraph eqala ku 1468.
And that's, my apologies, and that reads, all the patients were given medication to last for 28 days. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And you confirm that that is in fact what happened to your knowledge as testified on oath in that affidavit.
Ingabe ke kuyindlela okwazi ngayo wena nangendlela futhi ofakaze ngayo phansi kwesifungo.
Yebo, ingakho ngatshelwa ngakho, yebo.
Yes, that is how I was informed.
Thank you, Ms. Nube.
Let's hold it then. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, if you would then please turn to page 7616.
7616, little page. I'm there.
You will note that this is the first page of what is referred to in the docket as the records of precious angels. Can you confirm that that is the case?
Yeah, confirm again with the first page of my record our precious angels.
Yebo,
yes.
Thank you. Now, if you would turn to page 7628, that forms part of this bundle.
7628, little page. I am there now.
Thank you. Perhaps just to show that it is a continuation of the records from Precious Angels, if you just scroll up to page 7627, you will see that that is an application for a subsidy in respect of a client in residential patient in residential or day care, signed by yourself. Is that correct?
Yabona ke ukuthi application ye-subsidy leyo esayinwe wena siqu sakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I just listen? Yes.
And if one then looks at 7628, that is the prescription, or as it is also referred to, the script that was issued by Life Esidimeni in respect of Christopher Makoba.
Ingabe kunjalo ke leyo ukuthi mawubheka laphana ku page 7628 iyona ke i-prescription lena yakhishwa yi-Life Esidimeni for Christopher Makoba.
Yebo, ngiyayibona.
Yes, I see that.
And if you look in the last 3 columns on that page, the columns that are headed pharmacist's signature, quantity issued, and date issued.
Yabona ke lama columns okugcina
Yebo,
I see those.
You will see there's an entry discharge to NGO, and then there are numbers of the medication issued, and if one adds it all up, then one will see it covers the medication for 28 days.
Yabona ke lapho nayithi discharge to NGO bese yabonisa yonke medication abathi ingacover 28 days yonke.
Khani ngizwisisa, yebo, ngiyayibona manje.
It is only now that I understand it. I see it.
Thank you. Ms. Nube, if you will go over to the next page, 7629.
7629, area allocation.
Do you have it?
Yeah. Yes, I'm there.
You will see this is still part of the records pertaining to Christopher Makgoba. This is on a Life Esidimeni letterhead, and the first entry, the date appears to have been cut off. It looks like 3 June 2016. It is probably 23 June, because if one looks at the entry, sorry, Ms. Interpreter, if you could perhaps first interpret what I said now.
Ke uyabona ke lapho ke ukuthi i-date nami ngamukile ibonakala ku-3 June, kufanelekile kube 23 June kuleyo entry eyenziwe lapho ebonakala ukuthi yasese Life Esidimeni. Yes, I see this.
The entry reads, user will be transferred to an NGO today.
Yabona ke lapho kubhalwe khona ukuthi yes, I see that.
Condition satisfactory.
Condition yakhe bathi yaqolisa. I see this.
Well nourished.
Wondlekile, well nourished.
No recent injuries noted.
Lapha bethi no recent injuries.
And then TTO, which is medical speak for to take out. That's the medication that was provided. TTO for 28 days supplied.
TTO yakhe ukuthi 28 days supply.
Yes,
I see that.
File with patient's details taken with.
Bhaliwe laphayana ke ukuthi file nema details patient ithathiwe. Yes, I see that.
And you will agree that accords with your evidence pertaining to the provision of medication and patient records.
Ingabe uyavuma ke ukuthi lokho kuhambelana nobufakazi bakho mayelana ne-record ka-user ne-medication ka-user. Yes.
The next entry is in fact an entry that must have been made at Precious Angels, because it relates to the late Mr. Makgoba having been found in a moribund condition after he passed away. I don't think it's necessary to look at that specifically.
Okay, and they are instructing you to take it. Yes.
But it does confirm that this document was in the hands of Precious Angels.
Kodwa ke yaqiniseka ke ukuthi document lena ibisezandleni ze-Precious Angels. Yes.
Now, if one looks at the next page, 7630.
I guess 7630, page level.
And this is a report on a physical examination of the late Mr. Makgoba on 22 June 2016. You will see the date at the bottom in the right-hand corner.
The report here, physical examination of Makgoba, 22 June. So it takes up another yes, I see.
And in the middle of the page, there are typed headings: complaints, stroke history, stroke medication. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And it says epilepsy on Epilim, 500 milligrams, BD.
It's lapho epilepsy, epilim, ne measurements yakhona.
And then
I see that.
It looks like carbamazepine.
Lokho kuyibonakala njenge-carbamazepine. I see that.
And then Rivotril.
Rivotril.
So that describes, my apologies, that describes his condition as well as his medication.
Okay.
Okay. Right. If one then looks at The court will bear with me for a moment. If you would turn to page 7688.
7688, your page. Yes, I'm there.
That is exhibit GG 6.1.
GG 6.1, the exhibit your corner.
Given.
Yes, I see that.
And if one looks at paragraph 3, it relates to the admission of the deceased, still Mr. Makgoba, on 23 June 2016.
Paragraph 3, admission here, Mr. Makgoba, on 23 June 2016. Yes, I see that.
It relates to the fact that the department did not come and assess the users.
Come on, what's the department does is assess our users.
On that day. And then the last 3 lines reads, the caregivers on duty at the time were administering medication to the deceased as was prescribed.
Yeah, I also get all talks in it. Yes, I had the last sentence.
So you are satisfied that the patients did receive their medication from the outset and throughout the period that Life Esidimeni had provided medication for.
Also, when I could say, my users, I saw like a medication, sigala ekaleni, who's a quick in jalo, or siscati be Esidimeni, jonga be prescribed with foods. Yes, I see this.
Thank you. My lady, I see it's 11:14. Would this be an appropriate time to take the adjournment?
Yes, that's fine. You still have more questions?
My lady, I just want to go through the same process in respect of Virginia Makapela and also Terence Chaba.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shole. Can you please on the witness?
Members of Mr. Manager for the tea break. It was a second specific. The
court will adjourn for tea now and we will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
May it please the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
May the court please, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Sasephansi kwesifungo sokukhuluma iqiniso mina ngithi. Confirmed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, I now wish to turn to the deceased Virginia Makapela, and I want to refer you to page 2654.
2654, Senego Virginia.
2654.
As your ladyship pleases.
The screen is displayed.
Can I have a screen displayed?
Ms. Nube, as
just a second, she wants it to be displayed. I think it has been done.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you.
Ms. Nube, you will see that once again, this is the first page of a Precious Angels file, this time in respect of Ms. Makapela. Do you confirm that?
Page of color, say Precious Angels file.
Yes.
And if I may ask you to turn to page 2664.
Page 2664.
Which forms my apologies, which forms part of the Precious Angels file, and you will.
Now you lay in your Precious Angels file. Yes.
And you will see that this is what is called a periodical report issued by Life Esidimeni in respect of Ms. Makapela.
The periodical reports, yes.
I'm not going to take you through the entire document.
Document.
Mrs. Interpreter, just a second. I don't think the previous statement was properly interpreted to the witness. This is a periodical report issued by Life Esidimeni. You just said periodical report. If you can clarify that.
My lady, the reason why I didn't finish all, she already said yes.
Oh, finish. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, if I may refer you to the third last line on page 2664.
Page 2664.
Yes, the third last line.
Yes.
It reads diagnosed with dementia.
Diagnosed with dementia. Yes.
So the diagnosis was known, and if one then goes to the next page, 2665.
Yeah, go page 2665.
The last paragraph where there is an entry in manuscript.
Yeah, one of the entry layer, paragraph manuscript.
You will see the question is asked, should the user be discharged? And the block no has a cross in it.
Yeah, one of the problem. Should the user be discharged? Basically, block no.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't. Just a second. I don't see that.
Lady.
Okay. Now I got it. It's in the middle, not necessarily the. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last paragraph on that page, my lady.
Okay.
And then, Ms. Nube, the comment that was added is she is unsuitable for placement at NGO group homes. Do you see that?
Yeah, one of the comments. Yes, I do.
And I assume you would agree with that assessment.
We see now we another assessment.
Yeah,
I see everything that you're referring me to.
Yes, but the question is, the council wants to know whether you'd agree with this comment according to your evidence.
kuhambisana nokufakazi bakho.
Ngingazi nomehluko.
I would not know the difference.
Yes, what the comment is saying here is that this user, Miss Virginia Macapella, was not suitable for placement at NGO homes.
Le comment lena ithi ke Virginia Macapella akekho suitable ukuthi abeke kuma NGO homes.
All right.
All right.
Can you ask it? I don't know whether you want to.
My lady, I will leave it there.
Okay, just leave it there.
Thank you. And then the next page, 2666,
Page elandelayo.
you will see that there is advice, or rather entries pertaining to the care and treatment that Ms. Macapella required. You see that?
Kune entry iphathelene ne-care ne-treatment okumele ayithole uVirginia Macapella.
Ngiyabona.
I see that.
Yes. And I don't know if you can comment on it, Ms. Nube. Ms. Macapella was not on any medication. She just required physical care and support.
Uyavumelana na nokuthi uMacapella lona umama ebengekho kwi-treatment ethizeni ebedinga nje i-physical support.
Yebo ngiyakubona kushushu.
Yes, I see that mentioned.
Yes. Now, if you would go to page 2667.
2667, your page.
You will see that this is a note on a Life Esidimeni letterhead.
The note leyo yase Life Esidimeni letterhead yakhona.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it reads, user will be transferred to Cullinan Hospital today for placement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Physically examined by Dr. Kota.
Physically examined by Dr. Kota.
Yeah.
User, my apologies. User, she is not on psych treatment and physical treatment.
Yes, I follow this.
Remained frail and needs assistance with activities of daily living.
The next following sentence.
Yebo.
Yes, I follow this.
All skin bony areas intact.
Nayo futhi umusho olandelayo.
Yebo ngiyabona.
I see that.
No recent injuries noted.
Usalandela amanceba.
Yebo mama.
Yes, I still follow.
Toiletries supplied.
Usalandela nalapho.
Yebo ngiyafunda.
I still follow. I'm reading.
User file included.
Yebo.
I see that.
Family will be notified by the social worker.
Yebo indeed.
I read it.
Thank you. Now, if you could then, Ms. Nube, if we could then turn to Mr. Terence Chaba, and I wish to refer you to page 2801.
Page 2801, which is in your Terence Chaba.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just tell me when you're there.
I'm there. Thank you.
Can you assist?
Usufikile Mancoba?
Yebo.
I am there.
And once again, this is the first page of the Precious Angels file on Mr. Chaba, the late Mr. Chaba.
The first page is a Precious Angels file, Mr. Terence Chalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you scroll down to page 2804.
2804, you upload a page in Zanzi.
Yeah.
Yes.
And once again, you will see that is the script or the prescription with a notation of the medication that was provided.
Yeah, yes.
If you go to the next page, 2805, that is the physical examination report by Dr. Kota.
2805, the physical examination reports. Good job. Yes.
You will recall that Ms. Rajat Budlender referred you to this page, and more specifically to the late Mr. Chaba's weight on the date of examination, 63.1 kilograms.
Yeah, council yes.
And I want to refer you further down the page. There's a typed heading. There's a hole punched through it, but it should read deformities. It is just above the line complaints history medication. Do you see that?
Yeah, yes, I see that.
And it says scars and then childhood cerebral palsy.
Childhood cerebral palsy, yes.
And then the next line, epilepsy on epineutin, 300 milligrams, and Rivotril 1 milligram BD.
Yeah, yes, I see that.
So we have on this document, we have the diagnosis, cerebral palsy and epilepsy, and the treatment as also expanded on in the script itself. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Then if you would turn to the next page, 2806.
2806.
This is again a periodical report issued by Life Esidimeni.
The periodical report issued by Life Esidimeni. Yes.
Which details the late Mr. Chaba's condition. And if you turn to the next page, 2807, it again sets out the treatment that he was on. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And it's under the heading present physical condition. It again refers to epilepsy, well controlled, and cerebral palsy.
Yes, I read it.
And at the bottom of the page, diagnosis at present date, we have 3 entries: behavioral disorder, and then a 2 with a little circle that's secondary to GMC, general medical condition, epilepsy. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Moderate cognitive impairment.
Yes, I see that.
And then again, cerebral palsy and epilepsy.
Yes, I see that.
Thank you. And if you go to page 2809, you will see that that was issued on 18 November 2015.
Page 2809. So Lapa. Yes, I see that.
Ms. Nube, perhaps just as regards entries by Precious Angels itself, could you turn to page 2660?
260, the applicable page. I am there now.
Thank you. You will see that that is a report dated 26 July 2016. The date is under the name Virginia Makpela.
I see that.
Do you recognize this handwriting?
Beyibhalwa unesi obengimcela ukuthi angithathele ama-vital signs because besingaka-still i-department beyingazange izokwasesa ama-youth.
This was written by a nurse that I had asked to come and check the vitals for me because the department had not yet provided us with a nurse.
Right. Now, Ms. Newby, you will see that under the vital entries, the blood pressure, pulse, respiration rate, and temperature, there's a further note which says not on medication. And that,
I'm not sorry for but not on medication.
Yeah.
and
Yes,
as,
I did.
and as we know, she wasn't on any medication.
Yes.
And then sometimes refuse food but encouraged to eat.
Yes, I see this.
And then clinically stable.
Yes, I see this.
Right. Thank you, my lady. That is all that I wish to get on record.
Okay, thank
No
you.
further questions.
Just bear with me. Then we'll go back to, I think this is now the turn of Miss Maite.
My lady, if I may, apologies for interrupting the court. I just wanted to make reference to documents that were uploaded this morning by Advocate Late at my request. Those were documents that were referred to yesterday during cross-examination. There are pictures and there is also a list attached. As I'd indicated, some of them I'd written a bit of notes, but nothing that would sway the opinion of the court in either direction. It was merely recording what was being said during cross-examination. I wanted to give the Learned Senior Counsel, Mr. Van Bergen, an opportunity if he wants, so that we don't have to come back to this document later.
Did they know that the documents were uploaded? Because we were not told. I don't know whether they were able to see the documents. Can I hear from Mr. Late? And I see Miss Bandelenda. His hand is up, and then Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Late?
My lady, when you upload a document to case lines automatically send a message to your email that a document has been uploaded.
If you can assist us, where are they on case line?
They are in section 412.
Yes.
The third and second last documents in section 412, my lady.
Come again?
I'll give the court the page number just now.
Okay.
I just want to find it. It's page number 37534 to 37544.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Yes, Miss Van Bergen, then Miss Bandelende.
Thank you, my lady. I have not seen these documents. I noticed something was uploaded, I think, while we were busy or after we started, but I haven't had an opportunity to look at it yet. My lady, if we could perhaps just adjourn for 5 minutes or so that we can have a look at it.
Okay, can I hear Miss Bandelende?
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, as I was in the process of cross-examining, one of my attorneys noticed that these documents had been uploaded. I certainly didn't receive any emails. But what we've done in the interim is had a look at the documents and just, I thought it's worth just pointing out to Mr. Piklela so he can deal with it. We've discovered that there are 2 documents that are uploaded. There's a table of debts with some additional information, and then there's some photographs. And on the table of debts, there are a whole series of inaccuracies that are clear from the record. So I have a list of them. For example, the dates of debts are wrong. The dates of transfer are wrong. There are about 10 or 11, by my count, inaccuracies on that table. They're very easily clarified. The problem is that on this table that Mr. Piklela has put up, he hasn't put case line references. Your lady will recall on our table, we put the case line reference so you could verify that the information on it was correct, Mr. Pitlela may want to just check that table carefully before he puts any incorrect information in reply to the witness. That's what I wanted to bring to your ladyship's attention.
Okay, thank you.
In this, just in relation to what Mrs. Butler just informed the court, there are quite a few lists regarding this at several of the NGOs that found their way into the record at the arbitration and during the consultation with witnesses, and there are in all of them quite a few differences, but the differences are not to such an extent that it can impart on the cause of death or who caused the death. It's just dates and so forth that are the differences, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela? And I see Mr. Van Berg.
My lady, just to assist the learned colleagues, the only relevant information with regard to the date of death and transfers, we defer to what is already on the record. Remember, my lady, this list was not compiled by myself. It was compiled by the witness at my request.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it came to my attention a bit later. Hence, I was making notes on it. But we are only going to deal with especially the two last columns, which are date of OCC /OT assessment and date when nurse did vital signs. Because that information emanates from the records of Precious Angels, my lady.
Is that all?
That is all, my lady.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My request is a simple one. I got the first reference. I don't see the photographs. On what pages are they?
Mr. Late, can you be of assistance?
My lady, I gave the page numbers from the first page that was uploaded till the last page that was uploaded.
Yes, 37534 237
That's correct, my lady. The last few pages are the photographs.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to request. I see Miss. Okay.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, my lady. Can I just, in light of what Mr. Pitlela has just said, and just so that we proceed smoothly, as I understood him, he's only going to be looking at the last two columns on that table. In light of the fact that there are very clearly inaccuracies on that table, I'm happy to provide the court with the ones we've picked up. Can I just ask Mr. Pitlela, when he refers to those dates, to also take us to case lines so that we can make sure that the dates are correct? He indicated that they came from the records, I assume, on case lines. But if I could just ask if that would assist the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, at this stage, that would be impossible. As I've indicated, this list was not compiled by me. It was compiled by the witness on the basis of she indicated that she had a disk. On that disk, some records were uploaded on it, and I asked her, because I did not have access to that disk, to compile this list. So if I have to now go through case line and cross-reference, it's going to take the entire day.
Okay.
The witness is here. She will be able to clarify anything that needs to be clarified.
All right. I'm going to close this matter. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Merely to advise your ladyship, I don't have any further questions emanating from these new documents.
Yes, Mrs. Bandelender, would it be proper now for us to take an adjournment? I don't know whether if we say we will resume at 2 o'clock, just for you to look at the documents and the others who may want to maybe cross-examine the witness just to clarify whatever is there on those documents and then lay the matter to rest. Can we, I don't know if it's only yourself. And what about the others, those who haven't seen the document? I don't know who saw the document and who did not.
My lady, if I may, I've now looked at the documents while Mr. Van Bergen was cross-examining. I don't need more time based on these documents. They certainly do raise some questions for me, but I don't need more time to prepare on this. I'm not sure if anyone
do you want to cross-examine on the document?
Yes, I'd just like to ask a few questions on the document. On the two documents.
Okay, if I may, before you proceed, just to find out from counsel who have already cross-examined the witness, there are documents that have been uploaded this morning. I just indicate to me in case you want to cross-examine the witness on the document.
My lady, can I just raise one thing which occurs to me? Should Mr. Pitlela not lead her on these documents first before we cross-examine?
That is where I'm going.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether, I think, Mr. Late, this one, it needs Mr. Pitlela. I don't know whether you'll be in a position to lead the witness in this regard.
I didn't consult with her regarding those documents, my lady. I think Mr. Pitlela is the lead.
Mr. Pitlela, would you lead the witness regarding these documents so that your colleagues can be in a position to cross-examine her?
With alacrity, my lady.
Okay. Where is the witness? Yes, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mrs. Mube.
Morning, counsel.
There are two documents, several documents that were uploaded today, this morning, which are the first one of which is a list. I believe it's on page 37534.
Documents are uploaded in list page 37354.
No, 37534.
Page Council Pitlela. Yes.
My lady, I beg to mention at this stage that I still haven't succeeded in sorting out my case line. I'm handling the hard copies, and these documents that were uploaded, I haven't received any notification that they have. So I think it's something that I'll need to take up with whoever is administering the case line that side, or the online court as they call it these days, court online or whatever.
It's not the same. Okay, continue. And we are continuing on case line because the matter was already part ahead at the time. Otherwise, it was going to cause confusion.
Hence, my lady,
these are two separate processes. Yes.
When I receive notifications, it indicates a new thing. It says court online. It's no longer case line.
Maybe because of the term that is being used. All right.
Indeed, my lady. Ms. Mube, I want us to look. I believe it's on page 37534. That should be the first page of this list. On that page, if you look at number 6, it's Miss Virginia Macapella.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes.
Now, there's two columns that I would like you to clarify to this court. That is the second last and the last columns. Starting with the heading, it says date of OCC/OT assessment.
Yes, Council.
Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that heading mean? What does it mean?
The first column, it explains that it was the occupational therapist, a different group of professionals that I've asked from the Bophelong Clinic that were working with the daycare to come and assist us in checking the users, because still department hasn't come through. That was the initiation that I took from my side while we're still waiting for the department. And then the second column, because the
second column explains.
Ichaza lelanga le unes azile ngimcela ukuthi azithathe ama-vital signs because i-department still bengakafiki. Those are the two initiations that I went about waiting was.
The second column explains the date when the nurse came to take the vitals, and as I had asked her to do so, at the time when the department had not yet provided us with a nurse. Those are the initiatives that I took.
Just for a bit, Cora, I can't see the judge on the screen. I don't know if she's disconnected or what.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, he is disconnected.
Okay, then maybe we should pause.
Thank you.
you. Mr. Pitlela, you were busy. You were talking about the first page.
Thank you, my lady. As the court pleases,
Page 7.
I'll just repeat.
Page 37534.
That is correct, my lady. I'll just repeat because I see that your ladyship did not capture the answer that was given. The question was with regard to the heading on the second last column and the last column. The heading is date of OCC/OT assessment.
Wait, one of heading, Mangobe?
Yeah.
Yes, I see this.
And I requested the witness to explain what that heading is about.
Can I quickly go to case line just a second for me?
My lady, may I request the indulgence that the document be displayed?
All right, Sasha, are you there to assist us? This is the list I get from page 37534 to 37535. Yes, from 37534. It consists of 2 pages.
Yeah, yes, my lady.
Yes. What I didn't pick up is what you asked the witness so that I can follow your question because I had not yet gone into case line at the time. Apologies for that.
Yes, my lady. What I'd asked the witness was to explain what the heading means, which is date of OCC/OT assessment.
Just a second. Where is this? It's on
the second last column.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, the witness can explain.
It is the date where I have asked occupational therapist and OT therapist, like it's a team of professionals that were supporting our daycare to come and assess the users because still the Department of Health hasn't sent the professionals to come and assess the users. And then the last column where it says date nurse, state the vital signs, it's when I asked Sis Rebecca it's a professional nurse to come and do my vital signs while still waiting for the Department of Health to come and do the assessment. It's an extended thing that I did while with family Department of Health is or assess my users.
It is what I did while I was waiting for the department to come and do the assessment. The users, right? The assessment of the users.
Thanks.
Continue.
Now, I understand that this assistance that you had been waiting for from the department never came. Is that correct?
Yebazange beze baze sekuqale kushenwe kakhulu and then kuba nomsindo from ku-media nakho konke.
Yes, they never came. They only started to come when deaths were occurring and also when it was all over the media.
Okay. I want us to look at victim number 6. That is Virginia Macapella. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Just a second, Mr. Yes.
Now, do you confirm the date of the 19th of July 2016 as the date when this OCC-OT assessment was conducted?
We confirm date 19 July 2016 ukuthi date ekwenziwe ngayo i-OCC.
Ngithema kanjalo ngoba naku record as the previous advocate uye wayishowa on the screen.
I trust so because even the previous advocates showed it or displayed it on the screen.
And you also confirmed the date of the 28/07/2016 as the date when Ms. Makapela was again seen by professionals, in this instance a nurse.
28/07/2016 I confirm futhi date uMakapela ewaboniwa khona inesi.
Yebo ingabo ngike ngathatha nama pictures akhomba those dates.
Yes, that is why I even took pictures that show those dates.
I want you to look at the pictures. I think, unfortunately, I don't have the page numbers, my lady, and the sequence. But if you scroll down, I see there is a notation of an OCT visit. Are you able to refer us to the relevant picture that you are referring to?
Yes. A picture, a photo lena okhuluma ngayo.
Yebo, on the left-hand side where there's a lady with the user, it's the OT. It's the OT that I've asked to do the assessment.
Can you refer us to the page, ma'am? We can't follow your evidence. If you could just refer us to the page number. You are on case line.
It looks like it's 37536. Looks to be page 37536.
And it's on the screen at Teams, my lady.
Thank you. I'm there.
Can you just explain to the court what we are looking at on this page?
It is the OT that was assessing the user.
Okay. Who made the notes that we see in manuscript?
It's myself. Meaning on the page, let display way now.
Yeah, 37536.
Yes, it's myself explaining what was happening on each picture.
Okay. Are you able to identify any specific user by name that appear on these pictures?
Khona user okwazi kum-identifier ovelele kulawo ma-photos ngegama lakhe.
My lady, there's a hand by Advocate Pinar.
Yes, Mr. Pinar.
My lady, a suggestion for the sake of clarity. I believe it would be proper for the photos to be identified, photo 1, 2, 3 on a specific page, and as it's been presented as evidence, it should then be given a exhibit number, my lady, as well as the first document referred to on page 37534. I would suggest that it's been presented to this honourable court as evidence, and evidence is being presented with reference to such documents as well as the photos. And it would be proper to present it in that manner, and it would clarify any uncertainty that there might be, my lady.
Mr. Pichel. Thank you.
My lady, I'm indebted to Mr. Pinap.
Yes, because I also failed to follow as it was being done. So there is another hand too sent, is that? Can you please lower the hand? Thank you.
Sorry, my lady, I thought it was my hand, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Late, can you be of assistance here?
I only received it per email from Mr. Pichlela and uploaded it to case lines. I don't know how we're going to mark it.
I would suggest then, my lady, that we know that 37534 is page 1 of the list. 37535 is page 2. And then we can start.
Let's do this. Let's do this, Mr. Pichel. Where you started, it's my recollection is that there was page 37534. It had two big pages, so it ended on page 37535.
That is correct.
Let me just quickly go back. Yes, this is the list. It consists of 2 pages. So if you can start from this one as one document. I just want to check, where did I end with the exhibits? I think we were on, these are GGs.
May it please the court, my lady, if I'm not wrong in my remembrance, but we ended at exhibit GG 23.
23.
Yes.
Let me just check. Can the others also double check? That's fine. I just want to confirm.
GG 23, page 8095.
I just want to see my notes.
Jeremiah Mudise.
What was, is it GG 23?
Yeah, it's with reference to Jeremiah Mudise on
Can
page
we check with the others, Mr. Late and Mr. Van Bergen, just to, because
My lady, I also have GG 23 as the last one relating to Mr. Jeremiah Modise.
That is totally correct, my lady.
Just bear with me here. Yes, I think you are correct. That's page, you are all correct, page 8095.
As your ladyship pleases.
So this next, this one should be, but this is, these are annexures, isn't it? Mr. Late?
My lady, the only challenge is they were not commissioned with reference to any particular statement.
Yes.
How
are we going to, yes.
My lady, the witness is testifying. She is under oath. She can identify it, and then the documents are under oath.
And they can be annexures to her statements, isn't it?
It can be, or it can even be separate.
Yes, or we can just continue
Limits.
with the numbers to avoid the confusion.
Documents are not normally commissioned, my lady. A person testifying regarding a document and insanity.
I don't have a problem with that. We have got the witness here with us. She is testifying about the documents, isn't it, under oath? I'm just saying the number, as we number them, we can continue from GG23. We can just go to GG24.
May it please the court, my lady, I
Yes.
believe that
Can
would clear up any uncertainty.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, do you want the documents to form part of the record?
That is correct, my lady. I beg leave to hand up this document as an exhibit, GG24.
This is now pages 375, 34 to 375, 35. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement of the document as it appears on these 2 pages?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The document is admitted into evidence and it is marked exhibit GG24. Yes, then let's go to the next document, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, as I've indicated my challenge in that regard, if the document can be displayed, because I don't have access to case line.
Can you please, Sasha, please come to Mr. Pichela's rescue.
Ms.
This
Mnuve,
is
can you
now
identify?
What page is that?
37536, my lady.
37536. I see they are separate here, that's why. This is the photo. And these photos, they start from page 1 to page 9, if I'm not wrong. Am I correct?
Yes, there are about 9 pages all in all.
37536. Yes.
The first photo on the left-hand side of the document can be photo number 1.
I'm just going to say this is, the page 37536 should be, should you also not? Yeah.
We number the photos, my lady.
Which one now? Which is which? Let's see.
The top photo on the left.
Yes, because the first one.
Yeah, the first one where there is a person standing next to one sitting down on a bed. That will then be photo number 1.
And then the second one will be the one to
the one
left.
below it will be number 2.
We've got what is happening here? I see there are 2 photos on top, and there is the second photo at the bottom of the 2.
Yeah, the one below the number 1 would be number 2, and the one towards the right will be number 3.
Let's understand each other. What I see here, the first one, more towards my left, will be somebody in a white, I don't know, white garment or what, and then there is somebody on the bed.
That's number 2, my lady.
And then there is one on the right-hand side.
That will be number 3.
My lady, my apologies to interject.
Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
I perhaps just make a suggestion that would, I think, be safer to follow. Firstly, I would submit that these photos require their own exhibit number, and I would suggest that that should be GG25.
Correct.
And
yes.
that once we have an exhibit number, suggest that a photocopy be made of these pages I don't know.
In fact, what they should have done was to mark the photos themselves before they were displayed, before they were uploaded.
As your ladyship pleases, but I would submit that.
But I agree with you regarding first this page be marked as an exhibit.
Yes, and my lady, I would suggest that a photocopy be made either by Mr. Late or by Mr. Pichlela or whoever can do it, that the photographs, the individual photographs, be numbered on the
photos themselves.
On the photos themselves.
Just to avoid the confusion.
To them, and that those be copied and then disseminated to everyone.
Mr. Late, can you assist us in this regard within
yes,
this?
I can print out this document and number the photographs and then upload it again to case lines.
Okay, all right.
And remove the one that is on case line.
Correct. I'm going to propose that we take the lunch adjournment now and then resume at 2 o'clock in order to afford you the opportunity to do that. Will that be fine?
That will be fine, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, I am indebted to Mr. Late and the court.
Yeah, Mr. Pichlela. Can the witness be warned?
The court is omisa over manje bazobuye baqale futhi ngo 2 o'clock sasephansi kwesifungo again. Understood me? Understood.
Court adjourns for lunch and we will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court, please, my lady.
assist at Mosadu because they went to Danville and Mosadu.
Are we then to understand that this was on the 19th of July 2016?
19th of July 2016. Yes, if I remember well.
If you look at photo number 2, there appears to be a date of the 28/07/2016. Where was that?
It is 28 July 2016, photo number 2.
At Danville.
It was a nurse at Danville.
And what was she doing in this photo?
Begins a nurse below your photo.
Vital signs.
I was asking her to check the vital signs, as I have noted there at the bottom or below the photo.
Do you still recall in respect of which mental health care user this was being done, or was it for all of them?
The mental care user, Lana, noma bekwenziwa bokwenza lokho wonke.
Wenze bonke users on both houses.
She did it with all the users at both houses.
Now, if I take you a little bit back to that list on GG24, 37534, there seems to be different dates when these vital signs were taken.
Yeah. Page 37. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have any photos that indicate the taking of the vital signs on the 27th of July, 2016?
No, you know, photos of our vital signs, which is 27th of July, 2016.
Check. Yeah, but let me see clinical assessments.
If you can perhaps refer us to the page number.
Talking about referral page number.
Anginawo kodwa la bekabhalela ama-notes la bekabhalela khona each and every user's file. For an example, advocate you are.
No, I do not have photos, but the notes that she took, they are contained in a file. Yep.
And then the previous advocate you were a comba like it did.
The previous council did display one that also shows the date.
Yes, but remember, we are talking now of the photos that have been uploaded.
Photos are uploading.
My lady, if I may just interject, my apologies to Mr. Pishlela. I just want to raise something, and because I don't want to do further cross-examination, and maybe Mr. Pishlela can just clarify that with the witness. The page that I referred the witness to, and which she has now referred to, is page 2660. And the date on that is 26 July 2016, which differs from the date in the schedule that has been provided as GG 24.
I think your advocate went at it.
Just in case there's confusion about that.
So, Ms. Ngube, I want you to concentrate on these photos that are here before court, and to speak with reference to them.
Lama photos awalana phambili kwecourse bese refer one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, let me take you through to each and every one of the photos. We have dealt with the photos on page 37536. And let's move to 37537.
Ziyake kwi-page elandelayo sengiqedile ngalawayana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you explain what is happening in these pictures?
Ichaza-ke ukuthi kwenzekani kulawo maphoto.
Photo 4. It was the day situated the first users, Gate 23 June, then bekunama EMS buses.
Photo 4 is of 23 June. It was then when we received the first users.
So it was this photo 4, you say the date was the 23rd of June.
Say 23 June, Mangode.
Yes, my lady. And then the other bus, they pate, I'm a patient, the other one, they pate, I'm a wheelchairs, ne, kilo, the
other bus was carrying the patients. The other bus was carrying the wheelchairs, the chairs that they were using at Esidimeni.
Come again, Mrs. Shole?
The one bus was carrying
Yes.
the patients. The other bus was carrying the wheelchairs.
Okay.
Their chairs that they were using at Esidimeni.
Okay. Yes, was there. Continue.
Now, this on photo number 4, who are these people that are congregating before this EMS bus?
Obani manje labayana abaphambi kwe-EMS bus.
You mean nama paramedics labe basuke nathi from Ewaverley until Edenville.
It is the paramedics and myself, the paramedics that moved with us from Waverley to Denville.
This is now photo 5.
4, my lady.
4, okay. Continue.
Now, I want to understand. You remember when you were asked earlier, who were the people that were with you on the 23rd of June 2016 when you collected the patients? You indicated that it was yourself and Sophie, if I called the name correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
Now-
Penny.
Oh, Penny.
Just Penny.
Apologies. Are we then to understand that these paramedics were also present?
Yes. Yes.
Then what was their role during that process?
Ichaza lama-paramedics kuleyo process.
Ngazi bus accompany lokuningi angazi.
What I know is that they were accompanying us. The rest I don't know.
Were you actually present at the exact location when patients were being placed on the bus?
Ukhona kule location lapho ama-patients wefakwa ebhasini.
But ngibathole babafakile already ebhasini.
I found the patients already having been put inside the bus.
Now, this bus, is it one of the buses that you own as Precious Angels?
Ibhasi leli ngabe ibhasi enilo onayo Precious Angels.
Cha ibhasi esalithola from eWaverley. Like nama-paramedics wakhona abuya khona eWaverley.
No,
Thina
it's a
besambe
bus.
ngemoto encane.
It's a bus record from Waverley. Even the paramedics were from Waverley. We were driving a small car.
So this bus was provided by what, the department or Life Esidimeni or what?
The bus belinikezwe yi-department noma i-Life Esidimeni.
Yibe bazawuchaza ukuthi libelonga ku-DOH noma ku-Life Esidimeni kodwa silithole kuma-premises we-Life Esidimeni.
They are the ones who can explain where it belongs to, whether it belongs to the DOH or Life Esidimeni, but we found it at the premises of Life Esidimeni.
So if I'm to understand you correctly, on the 23rd of June 2016, transport was provided. It was not your own transport to collect these patients.
Ingaba kuzwakala kahle ke ukuthi ngo-23 kaJuni babe nayo i-transport eyabo akusukuthi kuye ngabanikeze i-transport.
Yebo konke kubuya kubo.
Yes, everything came from them.
Now, continue to look at photo number 5 and describe to the court what was transpiring there.
Okay, yeah, photo number 5 uchaze ke ukuthi bekwenzekani lapho.
Bekuwama-users nama-caregiver la bekhona nabo sis Julia la beba zama uku
It was the users, the caregivers, and Julia who were trying to
ukumatcha ama-file wama-patient ney'thombe ebezikhona.
Trying to match the patients with the photos that were there.
Nama-file beze nawo nemithi ebeze nawo accordingly.
And the files and the medications that they brought along with accordingly.
Now, I want us to move to the next page, 37538.
Before you do that, Mr. Pichler, I don't know whether, shouldn't we have marked all these photos under GG25, or you want to do it by page? Shouldn't I have said maybe from page 1 to 9, all those pages to say they fall under GG25, because now all the photos have been marked.
Thank you, my lady. That would greatly assist. Or maybe we can say GG25, 1, 2, up to 9.
But to avoid doing that, we have, at least, isn't it the way the photos have been numbered? They start from 1.
That is correct, my lady.
So I think it's fine, even if we say this whole photo, whatever we call it, whether it's a photo album or what, let it be GG20, is it 25?
No objection, my lady.
Is there any objection to this before I do that?
No objection, my lady. I submit it would be more convenient if it's identified as Exhibit GG25 as a photo album containing photos 1 to 9.
Yes, thank you.
Sequence. May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, just to correct the record regarding the exhibit that has just been handed in, Exhibit GG25. I just want to place on record that from pages 37536 to 37544. There is this photo album where photos have been properly marked from photo number 1. This consists of about 9 pages. the whole photo album as it appears on case line from page 37536 to page 37544. It's admitted into evidence and it is marked exhibit GG25. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Yes, you may proceed. We were now on page 37537. You were just moving to it.
We're moving to 38, my lady.
Are we done with 37? Yes, we were. Yes, okay. We were correct. 37538 now. Carry on.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, can you describe what is happening, what we are witnessing here?
Ku photo 6 ama-users base-Danville kukhonjwa their daily activities zokuphumela ngaphandle, and then
in photo 6, it is the Danville users that is showing their daily activities outside. Yebo.
And then photo 7 ikhomba i-caregiver nayo ibasiza nge-gross motor activities.
Photo 7 shows the caregiver assisting them on what activity, ma'am?
Gross motor activities.
With gross motor activities.
Let's take a pause there. Can you indicate, do you still recall when this activities took place? The date?
Usayikhumbula i-date okwenzeka kwalama activities?
Bengazi kuba into ya everyday ngoba bekune-program.
According to my knowledge, it was a daily thing. I knew that there was a program.
Okay, in photo 7, you refer to gross motor something. What is that?
In a gross motor activity.
We like for example, kunama-Lego la bakwazi because angithi abakwazi uku-communicate. Momnikeza ama-Legos bazama ukubuild according to imfiso yabo, and then the others
can just stop there, the interpreter.
I think ichazele yokuqala ngithi ma'am. Uyangizwa Mancube?
Yeah, ma'am.
With that one, it is when they have Lego pieces. Take note that they cannot speak or they cannot talk. So now they have these Lego pieces and they built up according to their desires, what they want to build with those Lego pieces.
I'm not sure if I get you. Just repeat that, Mrs. Shole.
They use the Lego pieces to build things according to their desires. They cannot speak.
Okay.
Okay. Who took these photos?
Ubani Mancube othathela umafoto ma'am? I am the one.
Okay, let's move on to photo number 8. Can you indicate to us what is happening there?
Photo number 8. Bachazele ke Mancube ukuthi kwenzekani lapho?
Kuyi-caregiver yenza ama-stretchings ebambonisiwe ukuthi i-user ama-stretchings awayenzayo imaphi.
It is a caregiver doing the stretches that the caregiver was shown that those are the ones done by the user.
Are you able to identify any specific user in these photos?
Amafoto khona user nje okwazi ukumusho ukuthi ngubani.
If you can.
Mangabe uyakwazi ukwenza lokho.
Ngiyabakhumbula amagama but ukuthi ubani like ngiyazi bekunabo like mangaya through i-list then ngathola usizo ngakhunjuzwa ukuthi umuntu nje nanje, then I would.
I remember their names. If I can be given the list to remind myself as to who is who.
No, don't guess. It's preferable if you can. If you can't, it's fine. Let's move to photo number 9.
Yeah, okay, go photo number 9.
What is happening there?
Go photo 9, man.
Bekuyama activities kudlalwa ibholo yokuphaselana kuma users, bekuyama caregiver nama youth.
Ngichazele-ke uphonselana phezulu noma ukhahlela phansi ibhola.
Khahlela phansi ma.
Okay, those are the users and the caregivers. They were playing soccer there, kicking ball.
No, Mr. Nofile said in his testimony that the users were never allowed outside. Do you have any comment on that?
So-ke uNofile uthi cha bebengavumeleki noma bengavunyelwa ukuthi baye ngaphandle nama-users. Uthini uphawula kwakho kulokho?
Ubufakazi buyachaza ma, ingakho ngibhezile ngichaza khona.
It is evident in the evidence here, and that is why I'm explaining it the way I am.
I think let's move to the next page, 37539.
37539, page underline.
Let's start with photo number 10. What is happening there?
Go photo 10.
Okay, bekuyi birthday celebration one of the users.
It was the
And one
birthday
of
celebration of one of the users.
There seems to be a name there, Henry.
Henry.
Yes, Mr. Henry, he was one of the people okwazi ukukhuluma noku-interact nabo babuya bonke Esidimeni, so they beba ne-relationship, and then bekuye othanda ukuphatha, bekuye a-cheer the whole birthday, simnike that platform.
Henry is the one who was chairing the birthday. He is the one who loved communicating, and he is the one who was communicating with them. He was with them from Esidimeni.
Is he one of the users?
Users now, Henry.
Yeah, Mama.
Yes.
I take it from the absence of his name from this list that he's still alive.
According to my knowledge, yes.
What is his surname?
Isibongo sika Henry ngubani?
Mkhohliwe.
I've forgotten.
So what I understand here is one
Just
of
a
the
second.
users.
Do you know where he comes from? He came from. Did you have his details at the NGO?
Now, my details are NGO.
Ube khona from, if I like yonke ibe khona completely, and then ama details wakhe ngikhumbula bekune difficulty yokuthola ama details wakubo ube khuluma kakhulu ngosisi wakhe nakho konke, and
I remember that there was a difficulty in getting his complete details. He used to speak a lot about his sister and so forth. His complete file came there.
Continue.
Are you able to recall when was this, the date?
In Gabe usakhumbula i-date yalana ukuthi bekuyinini?
cha kodwa ama birthdays wabantu laba besibacelebrate azasho because ne-family member ibe ikhona, ama-family members bebakhona, siba-invitile, they shared ilanga lelo nathi ku-photo 11.
The birthdays of those people will indicate the date their family members were also present. They were also there to celebrate the day with us.
But the question is, do you remember the date?
When I was like, Kumbula any dates, ma'am? Mangode?
Tama.
No.
If I may remind you, Ms. Mube, to just try to stick to the question that is being asked. Do you follow me?
Okay, what's now
Yeah.
Let's look at photo number 11.
Yeah, I go photo 11.
What is happening there?
When's it going to go photo 11, man?
Besine family member ya user ubongani to celebrate birthday yakhe nomndeni wakhe nama-user.
We were with a user's family member and the user Bongani celebrating his birthday with the users as well.
You still remember the surname of Bongani?
Huh?
No.
Now, with reference to photo number 10 and 11, are these photos for on different dates?
10 and 11 ingabe lawo maphoto amalanga ahlukile.
Cha engathi ilanga eli-1 ma.
No, it seems as if it is one day.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's look at photo number 11. Sorry, 12.
Yeah, go photo 12.
Just tell us what's happening here.
Go photo 12.
Nakho beku ama-users abakuma-wheelchairs ukhwama ukuthi nabo bebaphuma ngaphandle baba-engaged besizama ukuthi babone nabo ukuthi bangabantu kufana nabo laba bakwazi ukwenza ebangakhoni ukukwenza besiba-include.
Also shows the users that were on wheelchairs, they were outside there to engage them, to also show them that they can also do whatever that they can do, that the others who are enabled more than they are can do.
Was this photo taken also on the same day as the other ones, 10 and 11?
Photo 12 now you're touching elanga 1, then you know photo 11 and 10.
Because ukuphuma kwabo bekuyo indaba ya on a daily basis.
No, their going outside was on a daily basis.
But did you I don't know that, you know, I'm having a problem as the way she answers. The question was photo 12, was it taken on the same day, or whatever was happening on that photo, was it on the same day as photo number 10 and 11?
Kwenzekala phela ku photo 12 ingabe kwenzeke on the same day njengoba kubonakala ku photo 11 and 10? No.
So it was not on the same day?
No.
Okay, continue.
On photo 12, are you able to identify any specific user?
Photo 12 ukhona user or specific okwazi ukumkhomba lapha ukuthi ubani?
Ayingamagama kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ubani bethanda ukwenzani. For an example, owesibili from kwa-left oku-wheelchair ubethanda ukudansa noma hleli phansi ube-entertainer.
Not by their names, but I can be able to tell which one of them used to like doing what. For example, the one on the second from the left side used to be the one who used to love dancing, even though seated down. The one used to like entertaining.
Now, if given the opportunity, would you be able to identify for us, maybe not today, who these users are in particular that appear on these pictures?
Mangabe unganikezwa ithuba, ungakwazi ukusho ukuthi bangobani ama-users ababonakala kule photo?
Yebo, ngosizo lama-caregiver ngizokhumbula just an enlightenment ngizokhumbula, but yeah.
Yes, with the help of the caregivers, if they could just enlighten me, I'll be able to remember.
I think that would help us a lot. Let's move on to the next page.
Yeah, give a page along the line.
It's 4037 540.
540.
And that is photo number 13.
Or photo number 13.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Tell us what is happening here.
Mangabe kwenzekani kuleyo photo?
Bekuyi-use beka-bedridden ube zama ukwenza i-picture. As you can see by the bed, kune-picture obezama ukuyi-drawer accordingly. So ibe stimulator ngoba ubethanda ukuba reserved, and kodwa besiletha umsebenzi naye abe inclusive noma asembedeni.
That one is a user who was bedridden. And as you can see there is a picture that he was drawing, and the user was reserved. However, I would bring work to him, even though he or she would be on the bed there.
Ube sebenza ngama-Lego.
Okay.
Ubuilda i-picture efana nayo le sebondeni.
Actually, what this user loved to do would be to build pictures with Lego pieces, pictures similar to the one that is on the wall there.
So he was trying
That
to
he did
recreate
for
this
stimulation.
picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Umsebenzi wama-Lego.
Yes, all of those is Lego pieces work.
Do you remember the date when this picture was taken?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi leyo photo yathathwa nini yona?
Huh?
No.
Do you remember the user that is depicted on this picture?
Uyamkhumbula ukuthi ngubani u-user obonakala kule photo?
Ngiyakhumbula igama ngisalikhumbula, kodwa ngiyakhumbula besithanda ukukhuluma nomamakhe until asesibhedlela.
I do not remember the user's name. However, I do remember that we used to talk, like to talk with his mother until the user ended up in hospital.
Is he amongst the 21 deceased?
Ingabe uyingxenye laba abaye bashona?
Come. Ngimgcina saphila.
No, last time he was still alive.
Okay, let's move on to 37541.
37541, yelapho.
Ngilapho.
I am there.
Unfortunately, the picture of the user is covered by the sticky note, but in any way, it's looking in a different direction. So, oh, sorry. Can you describe what is happening here?
This
is now photo.
14.
Photo number 14, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Bekuyi mhlawumbe imvula mayina noma kubanda kakhulu ngaphandle, i-program beyicontinue indoors.
When it would be raining or very cold outside, the program would continue indoors.
Ulapho la esayidini i-caregiver, and then obhizi ngama-Lego nayo i-user nohleli i-user.
On the side there, it is a caregiver, And the one seated there is a user. They are busy with Lego pieces. And the one on the side there as well is a user.
Engikhumbulayo still i-user yangaku-right ibethanda ukuhleka lo maka-builder ukuthi it cannot be le nto athi uyayi-builder.
What I remember is that the user on the right there would laugh at the other one, saying that whatever that one is building cannot be what they are building.
Are you able to identify anybody by name in this picture?
Khona ukwazi ukumbisa ngegama lakhe kuleyo photo.
Maybe ngosizo kodwa ngosizo lama-caregiver ngikhumula net nje ukuthi ubani ubekwazi ukubehave kanjani and so forth.
No, maybe with the help of the caregivers, but what I can remember is who used to like doing once.
Do you still recall the date when the picture was taken, perhaps?
Uyakhumbula i-date yokuthathwa kwale photo? No.
Let's move on to page 37542.
37542, lapho.
That will be photo number 15.
So photo number 15 ngelowo.
Can you describe to us what is happening here?
Bachaza ke ukuthi kwenzeka ini lapho.
Ubufakazi bama-activities wa-daily uma bebaphuma baba nama-activity womculo wama-Lego nakho konke. Still Mr. Henry was leading them like choir.
It is also proof of the daily activities, singing, activities that are happening daily, and they also, it would be Mr. Henry leading them in the choir.
And then ekhoneni lapha caregiver uNonhlanhla.
There's also a caregiver there, Nonhlanhla.
You recall when the picture, the date when the picture was taken?
Uyakhumbula i-date? No.
Are you able to identify perhaps any of the users, except Henry? I see is the one in white standing.
Ngabe ngaphandle kwa-Henry ukhona omunye user okwazi ukum-identifya lapho?
Ngosizo I would be.
No, only with help would I be able to.
Okay, let's move to 37543.
37543, lapho.
Ngifikile ma.
I'm there.
Describe to us what's happening here.
Bachazeleke ukuthi kwenzeka ini lapho.
I-home based care uJulia ube ne-session counseling session khohliwe isibongo sakhe kodwa bekumuntu omdala besimbiza untate bani bani.
There it is. Julia. Beke banani i-counseling section.
Is
having a counseling session there with a user. I remember we used to call the user untate bani.
Angisakhumbula isibongo bekubaba ubani bani.
We used to call him Mr. So and so. I don't remember his surname anymore.
Okay, let's move on to the last page, 37544.
37544, page lokugcina.
Yebo mangikhona.
I am there.
Let's start with photo number 17.
Yeah, photo number 17.
Yebo mangikhona.
What is happening there?
Kwenzekani ku photo number 17?
One of the family members emsalo la bekunama female user khona bathanda ukuzovakashela Nkoshiwe igama lakhe, but it was a family member azobashela user kwaba in the middle yini lo.
It was a family member visiting a user. I have forgotten their name, and in the middle it is me there.
And who took this picture?
One photo.
Begu one of my caregivers.
It is one of the caregivers.
Okay, and photo number 18.
Photo number 18.
Begu Denville, and then Begu Mr. Mohale bebayenza ama-clinical assessment nama prescription, everything lebe kumele bayenze before on the day ama-user wezile beyikhani bawayenza.
There was Mr. Mohale doing all the assessments that they were supposed to have done before the users had arrived. That is in Danville.
Is it correct that the date I see in manuscript is the 7th09/2016?
In Jalo, right now, it dates about a pen about 0709/2016. Yes.
What was special about this day?
Yini bikhetsekile special ngalolo suku?
Bekuyilanga njengoba ngifunda la bekuyilanga le i-Department of Health beze ama-professional wabo bazoyenza those assessment and then basho.
It is the day on which the department had arrived there with their own professionals to do assessments and
bekuyile sikhathi vele umsindo bosowudume kakhulu ku-media nokuthi bebazi ukuthi ama-NGOs onke kunama-shortage kunento eziningi ezenzakalayo.
It was then at that stage when it was all over the media that the NGOs have a shortage in all of the things that are happening.
And then ingakho bakwazi ukuza masisha ukuzosiza, and then bathatha na ama-users labo babona ukuthi bazosisinda babayisa ebhedlela, abanye bathi nosichubeke nabo eKalafong Hospital.
And that is why they were then able to come. And then when they got there, they then took some of the users that they saw that they were going to be too much for us and took them to Ekalafong Hospital.
Babayisa ku different hospitals. Ngoba babayisa ku different hospitals, and then bathinyi i-group ibese Kalafong Hospital laba like almost in a criteria, in a right criteria manner, yilabo besibasebenzisa bebathe siba-allocate eKalafong.
They took them to different hospitals, and then in a right criteria, some were then taken to Kalafong.
Okay, I look at photo number 17 and the rest of the photos. Are they taken on the same dates?
Photo number 17, no, get amanye ama-photos. Ingabe athathwe ngosuku olulodwa? No.
Okay, let's look at photo number 19.
Photo number 19.
Yebo Mankon.
I am there.
What's happening there?
Kulama officials from Department of Health, premier's officers, like wonke big departments bazile
It is when the officials from Department of Health, the Premier, and all the officials from the big departments had arrived.
Bezwe ngawo umsindo we-media ukuthi kwenzakalani kuma-NGOs and of which bebaloku bazi esibesichaza kubo.
They heard on the media about what was happening at the NGOs, which is something that they knew already because we had been explaining to them.
Ilapho bachaza ukuthi bazothatha amanye ama-user bababeke kwamanye ama-hospitals and then amanye bawayise eKalafong siqhubeke nakekela eKalafong nama-caregiver banakekele kulawo lezo y'bhedlela ezabe ba-allocatele khona.
That is when they took some of the users to different hospitals. Some were taken to Kalafong, and the caregivers were also at those places to continue with them there.
I assume then that this is again the date of the 7th of September 2016.
It was in September 2016. Leyo futhi.
La bekusekuntambama ebusukwana. Mangikhumbula kahle. Ngoba nesibani siyakhomba ukuthi bese kudark ingakho sikhanyisiwe movie.
No, it was much more later in the day, much more towards the evening, as the light there indicates that it was dark already.
No. I want you to identify picture number 19 and tell me the date.
Bengifuna ukuthi identify picture 19 bese uyasho i-date yakhona.
Angisayikhumbula i-date.
I no longer remember the date.
Okay. Let's move to photo number 20.
Yeah, photo number 20.
Ngilapho.
I am there.
What is happening there?
Kwenzekani photo 20?
Ama-user awuthu basebenza still ngayo amalego nge-gross motor activity nabo bebanayo i-program la kuculiwa khona kwenziwa ama-activities.
It is 2 users. They are busy with Lego pieces doing gross motor activities. They also had their activities and also music activities.
Kusemsalo la bekunama female khona.
It is at Msalo where there were female users.
Do you remember the date when this picture was taken?
Uyayikhumbula i-date leyo picture?
Angisakhumbuli.
No, I do not remember.
Do you remember who took the picture?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi thatha ubani photo?
Bekuyimi.
I am the one who did.
Are you able to identify any specific user?
Khona user ukwazi ukum-identify la?
Yebo, Mokhomotsi.
Yes, Mokhomotsi.
Or only, which one is Mokhomotsi?
Mokhomotsi.
Ilo othathileko from the plastic because nomndeni wakhe ubethanda ukuvakasha nakho konke.
It is the one who's taking a Lego piece from the plastic. Her family loved visiting a lot.
Do you remember her surname?
Yes, Kumbula isibongo sakhe. No.
Okay. Sasha has abandoned us.
Sasha, where are you? Thank you. Continue, Mr.
Nothing is appearing yet on the screen.
Ngiyabonakala kithi.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
yeah. Let's move to the next photo number 21.
Yeah, photo 21.
Yebo mangikhona.
I'm there.
What's happening in there?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Bekuyile langa, like a lot of officials bazile semsalo la behlala khona ama-females, and then besin
Is at Msalo, where the females were resident. Yebo.
begu yimi no MEC nama caregivers no.
It was myself, the MEC, the caregivers.
No sister, and then after that kumele kuyiwe ku meeting.
And the sister, and after that, we had to go to a meeting.
Do you remember the date when this happened?
Ngiyakhumbula i-date yokwenzeka kwalokho.
No.
And you mentioned the MEC. Who's the MEC?
Ngoba no-MEC I'm mentioning.
MEC Petani Mahlangu, the former MEC.
Petani Mahlangu, the former MEC.
Okay. If I may take you back to your statement on page 1471.
1471.
Paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15.
If you read from line number 5 from the bottom,
Sinofunda ku sentence number 5 ukusuka enzansi.
Yebo ngiyabona.
Yes, I see that.
is there this incident that is described in this statement on paragraph 15? Is it the same one that is depicted in the picture, or are they referencing different dates?
Lokho kuchaza kuleyo paragraph ingabe lokho kubonakala kuleyo photo noma khona ngama-date ahlukile.
Ayilo ilanga eli-1 ingakho bengishilo bekuye nama a lot of officials bebazile. Ilanga eli-1.
It is referring to the same day. That is why I mentioned there that it was him and a lot of officials. They were there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sasha. Can we maybe then go back to 37544? The last photo there, photo number 22.
Photo number 22.
Are you there, Ms. Mnuga?
Yes, Councillor.
Yes.
Can you describe to the court what's happening in this photo?
Azake ukuthi kwenzekani kuleyo photo.
Ilelo langa ama officials wa Department of Health bebazile bazorenew ama-script nakho konke bekumele bakwenzile ngelanga bekumele siqala ukuthola ama-user.
It is that day when the officials were there to renew the scripts, what they should have done the day when we started to receive the users.
And then bebawashintsha ngoba kulesikhathi bazobayisa ey'bhedlela.
They were changing those because it was at the time they were going to be taking them to the hospitals.
Nokuthola ama-medication, nokuthola medication.
And also getting medication.
Now, I want you to look at paragraph 16 of your statement on page 1471. I think it's already displayed.
Paragraph 16.
1471.
1471.
There's already a statement late. Yeah. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
Yes.
Now, from second line at the bottom, there is an incident that you're describing there.
Line yesibili ukusukela lapha enzansi but ikhona into echazayo lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this incident depicted in any of the pictures here?
Ingabe leyo incident echaza lapho ikhona na kuma pictures lapho.
Yebo, iyo le engichazile. Good.
Yes, it is the one that I explained.
Just identify the picture with the number that we gave you.
Uthi ke biza leyo photo ngenamba enikezwe yona.
Bekuyi photo number 22 no 20 no 18.
Photo 22 and 18.
Thank you. Now that takes care of the pictures. Let's go back to that list on page 37534.
7. 34.
We're going to deal it.
Yes, I'm there.
We're dealing with Ms. Virginia Macapella at the time when we diverted to the pictures. Now,
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, something is unclear with Ms. Macapella, and maybe you can clarify it for me. Because I'm confused as to whether did she come from Life Esidimeni or did she come from another NGO?
Uyadideka ke ukuthi uMacapella ebebuya eLife Esidimeni noma bekebuya kwenye i-NGO.
Ubebuya Anchor House.
She was from Anchor House.
So essentially, she was first discharged to Anchor House, and then from Anchor House, because of the crisis that you described, she was then given over to US Precious Angels.
Ingabe ubese Anchor House and then ngenkinga ozichazile wasethumele Precious Angels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's look at Mr. Terence Chaba.
Sorry, my lady.
Chaba.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Pitlela. My lady, just so that the record is clear, the evidence on the record is not that Ms. Magapela was actually admitted to Anchor. There were patients that waited in a bus. They were going to be admitted to Anchor, and instead they got taken, the same bus got then taken to Precious Angel. So she wasn't in fact admitted at Anchor. She was meant to go to Anchor, and then there was a crisis.
There you are, Mr. Pitlela.
No, that clarifies it, my lady, because even for me, I could hear mention of two NGOs, but I couldn't understand how they are related.
Bengicela ukuchaza ukuthi ube se Anchor House nama files akhe we discharge ayakhomba ukuthi ufikele Anchor House, ubehlala Anchor House, then
and I explained that she was from Anchor House. Her files were also indicating that she was at Anchor House. She was staying at Anchor House. And then
i-crisis mayivela yingakho kulaba ngifonele ukuthi aze bazolandwa from Anchor House basuswe bayisiwe ku-NGO.
And then when the crisis happened, it is then that it was found that they must be fetched and taken to an NGO.
Imanager yase-Anchor uyo ongasho ukuthi ufike nini e-Anchor House because uma besimthola ube sewadini lakhona and ngiyacabanga ukuthi ube namalanga or isikhathi esithize akhona khona lapho.
The Anchor House manager is the one who will be able to tell for how long she had been there, because we found them at the ward there and she had been there for a number of days.
Lesikhathi asuswa from ewadini to ebhasini ube ngaphakathi ewadini lakhona.
When she was moved from inside the ward to the bus.
Ne-discharge form yakhona
ward. Their discharge form also explains.
There you go.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Let's look at the case of Mr. Terence Chaba.
Yes, I'm there.
The last two columns again, do you confirm the date of the 19th of July 2016 as the date where Mr. Terence Chaba was assessed by an occupational therapist and an OCC, I think?
We confirm my date, the 19th of July, njenge date wa bewayone.
Yebo njengoba ngichazile ukuthi ama-record wabo nemibhalo ayakhomba nama-date wokuconfirm.
Yes, as I said, their records and their dates also confirm the dates.
Ms. Ngube, I referred you to the list that is on page 37534. Now, we are looking at number 7. If you could confine yourself to this document that is in front of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a simple yes or no will suffice.
Just before she continues, I'm going to ask her, she shouldn't talk with the interpreter simultaneously. When the interpreter starts interpreting, she has to keep quiet and give the interpreter the chance to interpret, because that is going to spoil the record. And I can hear that the interpreter can't control her. I don't know why. I've been insisting, I've been requesting that she should do that, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Continue.
Look at number 7. There is a name of Terence Chaba. The last. Yeah, the second last column, there is a date.
Terence Chaba, second last column, dates.
Yeah.
Do you confirm that that date is accurate?
The date accurate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that this is the date when the OCC/OT assessment was carried out by professionals.
OCC, I'm a professionals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at the next column. There is a date of the 27th of July 2016.
July 2016.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you confirm that that date is accurate?
The dating, are we right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to number 12.
Yeah, number 12.
There is a Christopher Makoba.
No, Christopher Makoba.
Yeah.
Yes.
Second column from the last one, there is a date. The 19th of July 2016.
Date 19 July 2016. Yayibona lapho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you confirm that date to be accurate?
The correct letter date?
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is the date when Mr. Makoba was assessed by professionals.
The date which are assessed, yes.
The next date is the 27/07/2016. Do you confirm that date to be accurate?
Date 27 July 2016. Are you right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you confirm that this is the time when Mr. Makoba was seen by a professional?
The date which mark a
A
professional.
professional nurse.
Yeah.
Yes.
My lady, I'm going to limit myself at this stage to only these aspects. The other ones are fit for re-examination, my lady.
Thank you very much. So are you done?
With regard to the documents that were added later to the record, my lady, I'm done. But I'll still want to cross re-examine.
Yes, it was not yet your turn for that, isn't it? We wanted you to introduce these documents.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you very
Ladyship,
much.
please.
Thank you. Ms. Sasim, Madeleine.
That's okay. It's late in the day, my lady. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, I just want to ask you a few questions based on this new evidence that you've been through this afternoon. But before we do that, I just want to deal with the issue of Anchor House, which just emerged just now. Can you go to page 2679, please?
Page 2679.
Yeah.
Page, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you see, this is now, I wonder if Sasha could just scroll to the top of the page, please. There we go. Can you see that this is a document that is in the name of Dorothy Franks?
Yeah, one with the documents, Dorothy Franks.
Isengaveli signed. Yeah, one.
You
Yes,
see
I
that
see.
signed by her? And
Yeah.
Dorothy Franks, as you'll know, is from Anchor House.
Dorothy Franks, we are a Anchor House.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see under paragraph number 1, it says Virginia Magapela, spelt wrong, but that's Virginia Magapela, 29 June 2016.
Yeah, one lapo, Virginia Macapella, 29 June 2016.
Yeah, one along.
I see
And
this.
thank you. And it says on the above mentioned date, patients came in from Life Esidimeni to the Anchor Center.
Yeah, one lapo, Musha Katugufunda.
Yeah, one.
I see that.
Department of Health officials, Dr. Manamela, Rochelle Gordon, France, and Hannah Jacobus was there to assist. See that?
Yeah, one lapo.
Yeah, one.
Yes, I see that sentence.
Kumi from Precious Angels was there to identify the patient, mainly females, to be transferred to Precious Angels. Virginia Magapela was one of the patients being transferred.
Yeah, one.
Yes, I follow this.
And under number 2, where it says reason for transferal, it says there was no more space to accommodate all the patients. That is why most females were transferred to Precious Angels. You see that?
Yes, one
Yep.
to transfer, yes.
So it's
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
from this, thank you, from this document, it's clear that on the same day, Virginia Magapela and others arrived at Anchor and they were transferred to Precious Angels, all on the 29th of June. You see that?
Yeah, bona ukuthi kucathele lapho ukuthi Precious Virginia wafika laphayana e-Anchor House ngalolo langa lika 29 June nabanye batransferwa e-Precious Angels.
Lokho engikubona ngiyaqala engikhonjwa khona ngiyaqala ukukubona ebengikwazi ukuthi ama-females ebeloku bakhona lapha.
Ikwenze njani ama-females laphayana?
Engikwaziyo ukuthi ama-female ebeloku bebase-Anchor House according to umlayezo njengoba ufike kimi from kuNtate Thobani.
Okay. What I am shown here, it is the first time that I see this. What I have always known is that the females were at all the times at Anchor House, according to the message that I got from Mr. Tobani.
All right, well, that's fine.
Just a second before you move. Who you say there is a name Pumi? Do you know this person, Ms. Nuve? Who is this person?
It's myself.
Yes, okay, thank you. You can take it from there, Ms. Mandelende.
Thank you, my lady. All right, thank you. Now let's move forward. I understand that you haven't seen that document before, but I'll suggest that it speaks for itself. Can you please go to the photographs? That's 37536.
37536, yeah, my photographs now.
Okay. Now, as I heard you said that you took these photographs. Is that correct?
So we're not said as it's on the years.
Okay. Did you take them on a cell phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did your cell phone record the dates that the photograph was taken?
They recorded my dates, a tombe, don't we touch a cell phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you give those dates to Mr. Pitlela?
You can see Mr. Pitler along my dates.
Okay.
That's a simple question, Ms. Ngube. Did you give the dates to Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, Mr. Pitler, no.
Okay.
What is, I can't hear the responses, Mrs. Interpreter.
No.
Okay. What is the response? Come again?
No.
No.
Kodwa ama-date avelayo ayakhombisa ukuthi i-picture number 1 nge-19 zika-July, i-picture leyo yileyo eyathatheka. Nge-28, i-picture number 2, i-date yakhona nayo iyakhomba.
But the dates that appear there, as in photo number 1, the date that appears there shows the date on which the photo was taken. Photo number 2, the date also there is also indicated.
So kuyasho ukuthi in all the pictures ngibhalile ama-dates lawo engawabhalanga.
So it shows that in all the photos, I wrote down the dates. Those on which I did not write.
Ilawo engawa-statanga. Kodwa ngasho ukuthi yebo ngimphile ama-dates nawo ubufakazi buyasho.
It is those that I did not state. So I can say that, yes, I gave him the dates as the evidence is showing.
Okay. I just want to check with you. Sometimes I struggle to hear the interpreter. I don't know whether you all are able to hear her because I'm just worried about the record.
Yes.
Can you all hear her?
We can hear her, but quite faintly. I wonder if we shouldn't ask Ms.
Because
Interpreter
I
to
keep
sit
on
closer.
asking what is it? What did you say? I don't know. Why do we struggle? And it's going to interfere with the record because once we're going to get the record, it's not going to be properly readable.
Yes, perhaps if the interpreter sat closer to the computer, my lady, it will be louder. Is that possible?
I also get the impression it's a bit far from the computer, Mark.
But I indicated this to you yesterday, Mr. Shirley, Miss Shirley. I can't keep on saying, what is it? Because I can't properly concentrate myself. Then I lose touch of the witness. You must remember you are talking to the court, not necessarily interpreting to the witness alone. Please. Can we continue?
Thank you, my lady.
Please, if you don't hear her, just indicate to the court because it's like I'm the one who's struggling alone and I can't be struggling on alone.
Yes, my lady, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Just to take us back, I don't know what is recorded there. Just to go back to the witness to confirm what she has just said. She said she took the photos on her cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo ukuthi uthathe ama-photos nge-cell phone yakho?
Yoma.
Yes.
And then what was the response with regard to the recordal of the dates?
Utheni ngama-dates?
Ngiyasho ukuthi ama-dates ngiwaphile ingakho nobufakazi bubhaliwe lapho ukuthi ilanga elithathwe ifoto libhaliwe as explanatory khona. So it's yes, I did give the dates.
What I am saying is that I gave him the dates. As it is also indicated on the evidence, the dates that are written there.
So these dates, you gave them to Mr. Phihlela also. Is that why when you say him, you are referring to him?
Now to umpile ama-dates, utsho uCounsel uPhihlela.
Now
Malady,
lama
since from
document
the-
ayachaza.
Just a second, I'll give you the chance. She finishes here. Let her finish.
Yes. The
Ubufakazi buyachaza.
Just answer my question. Did you give the dates to Mr. Phihlela?
Umnikezile uCounsel uPhihlela ama-dates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Phihlela?
My lady, I understand the witness to say, because she has indicated next to the pictures, the dates, then it means that she has given me the date.
But this question related to the dates recorded on her phone when the pictures were taken. Was it your question, Ms. Bandlenda?
Yes, my lady, that's correct.
Can we deal with it? We understand, Mr. Phihlela, we'll give you the chance. Let the court deal with this, please. You will clarify if maybe we didn't understand the evidence.
Yes, please.
Ms. Ngube, counsel wanted to know whether, as you were taking these photos on your phone, isn't it the photo will record the date when the picture was taken? So the question related to the date as recorded on the phone, on the date the pictures were taken. We understand all these other things that you wrote this thing on your own, by your own hand, right? Just answer the question that counsel has asked you.
Ake ngibuza ukuthi njengoba use iy'thombe sithathe ngefoni yakho, ingabe njengoba uthatha iy'thombe ngefoni yakho, ifoni yakho ibirekhoda ama-dates alezo y'thombe na?
Yebo, iyakhomba ngoba uya right click bese iyakutshela i-description yelanga nesikhathi isithombe leso sathathwa. Yiwo lawo ma-date engiwabhalile.
Yes, the phone does record the dates because when you right click on it, it shows you the date and the time whereupon the photo was taken. And it is exactly the date that I wrote down.
Yes, continue, Ms. Bandland. I think that takes it, caters for it.
Now, there were some dates of photographs that Mr. Phihlela asked you about in this document that you didn't know the dates of. Why did
amanye ama-photographs noma ama-dates athile uCounsel uPhihlela bekekubuza ngawo kodwa ubungawazi ama-dates akhona?
Yebo, yiwo lawo angiwabhalanga kodwa kuyasho ukuthi nawo akhona angaproduce njengoba ngenzile kulamanye.
It is those that I did not write, but those can also be produced as I did with the others.
When did you write the notes on this document? When did you write the notes on the document?
Ama-notes lawa uwabhale nini kuleyo document?
Lelanga ngithumela ubufakazi lobu.
The day when I sent the evidence.
To whom did you send the evidence?
To Mr. Phihlela. Engakwenza maybe nakho ngingathatha ama-screenshot uma ngikhomba yonke into. As ukhomba iqiniso lakhona.
To Mr. Phihlela, I can also take screenshots thereof to show the truth thereof.
No, I believe
to ask you just a second. I'm going to ask you again. Please answer the question. The question was, when did you send the information?
In fact, my lady, I'm sorry to interrupt the interpreter. The question was, when did you write the notes on this document? When did you write them?
My apologies, because now I was just interrupted because I was writing the response. The question was, when did you write these notes on the photos? In fact, the notes referring to the dates and everything that you wrote on the photos.
Notes, dates, photos. The day on which a request was made for the evidence.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
Can you give us some general idea when that was? Was it this year?
This year.
During consultation,
During consultation this year.
Yes, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, I don't see where we are going with this. Because now we are talking about the consultation that I had with my client, when, what, where is it taking us?
Thank you.
My lady.
Ms. Bundleland.
Well, if I'm given
also up.
Yes. Mr. Late first. I didn't see your hand.
I can't see the relevance of this question to the findings that the court must at the end made in this matter. What does it matter when the notes were written? Is Mr. Butlander attacking the veracity of the witness's testimony about that? And if so, what is the purpose thereof? Where is it taking us?
Okay, Ms. Bundleland.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we have another document here that's a table that evidence has been led on about when certain therapy was done, and we have photographs to show that that therapy was being done. If your ladyship will allow me to proceed, I'd like to move.
Yes, but can we clear this issue?
Yes, no, sorry.
Let's first clear the issue.
If I can just finish the sentence. If I'm allowed to proceed, you'll see that there's a link between the dates on which these photos are supposedly showing and the therapies on the next document that were purportedly given. And they raise, I would submit, very important questions that this court should be asking about the evidence that's been placed before the court. And they are relevant, my lady. They're relevant to cause of death because we've spent, as Mr. Pitlela pointed out, 2 days now looking at particular deceased and looking at how they died and how that's linked to Precious Angels and Miss Ngube. So that's the link, my lady.
Does that therefore mean that you are taking the veracity of the information that is placed now?
My lady, I intend to attack the veracity of the information about what dates therapies were conducted on various patients as they are listed in the second document. But in order to do that, I need to ask her about these dates so that she can be clear when she answers my questions on the next document.
Okay, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady, but I'm not objecting to questions about the dates that are indicated on the photographs.
You want to know the relevance?
I want to know what the relevance is of when she had made the notes. I can't see any relevance there. Whatever the dates are that is noted on the photographs, that is quite different from the date that she had made the notes on the photograph.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pichelo?
I agree with Mr. Late. And also, when they were made available to me, I mean, how does that change the information? You have made your point.
I don't want us to go back. Ms. Bundleland?
I just don't want to be the subject of this cross-examination, my lady.
Can we hear Ms. Bundleland?
My lady, I didn't raise the date of the consultation. The witness did. I simply asked when she wrote these dates on the document, when she wrote the notes, on the document, And she said was when she
said during the
consulted. So
during the
really,
consultation. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not asking about a consultation.
Can we deal with the issue of relevance?
Yes, my lady, you'll see that I'm going to suggest when we get to the second document that Ms. Ngube's memory on this is flawed, and that in fact there are a series of inaccuracies on the second document which relate to these photographs. That's the relevance, and all of that goes to cause of death, my lady.
Okay.
If it assists, my lady, I'm done with asking questions about those photographs.
Mr. Pichela, do you still want to say something? I thought the matter was sufficiently canvassed. You are not going to repeat what you have said, please.
No. What worries me, my lady, is cards are being played too close to the chest. I mean, if we refer to this document that contradicts this one, then maybe we would not even have to object to it. But because now we are told when you're objecting, something is coming. But we're objecting at the moment that the question is being asked.
Okay, I hear you,
not on the
Mr.
basis of
Pichela.
that other document.
Okay, thank you very much. The question is allowed. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. All right, Ms. Ngube, we'll come back to those dates. When you gave evidence this afternoon about these photographs, you said a few times, you mentioned a few things about different mental health care users.
Namhlanje nini uye waphawula ngezinto ezimbalwa ngama-healthcare users ahlukile.
You, for example, you said you knew what they liked. You knew that one of them liked dancing, for example.
Bewazi ukuthi bathanda ini, waze washo-ke ukuthi khona omunye bawumazi ukuthi uthanda ukudansa.
And you knew that one of them liked to build pictures using Lego.
Wakhuluma nangomunye othi bethanda ukwakha ama-pictures ngama-Lego pieces.
And you said you didn't remember their names, but you knew them well enough to know, for example, that Henry hosted birthday parties.
Nokuthi awubazi kahle ngamagama kodwa bewazi ngoHenry ukuthi bekethanda ukuhosta ama-birthday parties.
And Bongani had a birthday.
Nokuthi uBongani ebene-birthday.
And you remembered which patients' families like to visit them a lot.
Wasuyakhumbula futhi ukuthi awaphi ama-patients bewukuthi ama-families abo athanda ukubavakashela kakhulu. Yes.
But the thing I'm battling with, and I'd like you to answer, is this.
Kodwa kukhona nje lokho okunye okumcabayo angakwazi ukuphendula.
Earlier today, as part of my cross-examination, you told me that, and you told the court,
namhlanje uye watshela inkantolo ukuthi
that you were not involved with the patients and you only did admin.
Sena wena bongekho involved kuma-patients bowenza nje admin.
So that you didn't notice when they were sick, and you didn't notice in the case of Terence Chaba when he lost as much as 22 kilograms in a 2-month period.
Awuzange ukwazi ukunothisa nabegula, awuzange ukunothisa no-Terence Chaba nayeluza i-weight engako kuleso sikhashana.
So which version of that is correct? What was your relationship then with the patients?
Okuphi-ke okuyiqiniso ibinjani relationship yakho nalama-patients?
Konke kuyiqiniso ngoba
all of it is correct, is the truth, because yes, Manube.
Ngibona isandla lapha.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, during cross-examination, I objected when counsel was putting to the witness that did she not interact with the patients? Did she not go around and interact with the patients? I objected to that line of questioning. It was allowed. Now, an answer was obtained from that.
Yes.
Now we're going back there because now it seems like that answer now is being contradicted by what is being presented now. And the basis of my objection was that you will need to be specific in respect of the patient. You will need to be specific, and the witness has already indicated that she does not, even with the assistance of the pictures, she cannot identify any particular mental health care user that is depicted there. So I don't see any value in asking this type of questions to this witness. We are merely repeating the same cycle over and over again because there's no contradiction there.
Okay, Ms. Bandelender, we are all listening and we can understand what is happening here, Mr. Pichel. I don't want to be jumping the gun, Ms. Bandelender, and I've already made a ruling with respect to the previous one. I'm not going to revisit it. What I hear now, I don't want to be jumping the gun. Let her answer. Then the court will deal with your objection.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, court, please.
My lady, I see the witness is still listening to the proceedings.
Mr. Lynch, can you ensure that when we asked the witness to step aside, she shouldn't be listening to the proceedings?
Bekuthena uma ngabe kwakhona objection uphumile ngaphandle okunye ke futhi akumamelanga akufanelanga umamele okwenzekayo na uphumile ngaphandle.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, continue, Ms. Bandelender.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, what we've seen today is that the witness has contradicted herself quite dramatically in relation to her role at Precious Angels. And that goes to the heart of her responsibility in this case and her responsibility for the deaths that happened. She said earlier on that she was only responsible for buying items that were required and delivering them there, and she drove people to the hospital when they were sick, and she relied fully on the care workers. Then we hear this afternoon that actually she may not have known their names, but she knew them well enough to know their personalities, to know what they were interested in, to know whose families were coming. And I wasn't speaking in generalities, my lady. I referred to names of individual mental health care users, and I referred to Terence Chaba. And my lady, I would submit that it's very clear what's happening and that the objection is unfounded.
Mr. Pichela, you want to say something? And the court
My lady,
in all fairness,
the fact that the witness was able to come and take pictures and record certain events just indicates the level of involvement that she personally took upon to, but that has nothing to do with the care of the patients. Saying that because she says, I remember there was one who liked to play or who liked to chair meetings or whatever the case might be, without her being specific as to that person. We are talking about 50-something people at that one place. And some of them are not deceased. So to say now and limit it only to Terence Chaba as if he deserved specific attention from this witness, it's unfounded, my lady. And it's unfair to the witness.
I hear you, Mr. Pichela, but that's not how I understand the evidence. I'm going to allow these questions, and then we take the matter forward. Ms. Bandelender, where is the witness?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, just bear with me for 1 second. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Ms. Ngube, you told us earlier today that you had nothing to do with the patients directly and that you only did admin. for Precious Angels and you delivered groceries, etc. And you said that that's why you couldn't notice why a patient, for example, like Terence Chaba had lost that much weight in a short period of time. But this afternoon, you've told us something different. You've told us that you knew the patients well enough to know their personalities, to know which one liked dancing, to know that Henry hosted the birthday parties, that Bongani had a birthday. You knew whose family liked to visit them. You knew who liked to do Lego. I'm sorry, I should have allowed the translator to translate some of that.
Ke memo iwafakaza ke wasuthi wena ubungawazi wonke lama caregivers rather lama users ngoba ungasebenzi nawo directly wenza i-admin kuphela. Uthi ke kodwa ke phikisana nalokho okushilo ubuye kube wena futhi oqala manje usuchaza ke ukuthi ubazi kangakanani uzuphawulela ngamagama ukuthi uzibani bani uHenry uyamazi ukuthi bethanda ukwenza ini, ubani bethanda ukudlala ama-Lego pieces, ubani bethanda ukwenza okunjani.
That's all the
ukuyiphatha kwabo behlukile usuyakwazi manje ukuchaza ukubonisa manje ukuthi ube ubazi kangakanani.
That's all there. Mr. Pihlela, I see your hand is still up.
My lady, I raised it up now.
Yes, shouldn't we be hearing this question because it's not yet complete? And then from there, before the witness answers, we hear what you want to say.
Yeah, but if the question is phrased correctly, my lady, then I don't have issue with the question being asked. But now it's given an interpretation, it's given a twist. Can it be put correctly? Because I'm the one who was asking those questions, and I did not ask this question. It was not answered the way it was answered. Context is important. And now the context
I'm
has
just
changed.
worried that the question was not yet complete. So that is why I said, can we first listen to the question? Once it is complete, so that we can make sense to that question, then you can come and raise your objection if you've got an objection.
As the
as the question is, it's not yet complete. Am I correct, Ms. Bandelende?
Yes, I am a little confused, my lady, because from my notes, I've asked the question exactly the same. So perhaps Mr. Pihlela can enlighten me about what I've done wrong here. But as far as I'm aware, I've put the two different scenarios to her, and I was about to ask her which one was correct.
Mr. Pihlela?
My lady, if you listen to the question properly, now it's being said that earlier she said she was not doing anything. She was merely doing admin work. She was not interacting with the mental health care users. That, first of all, is incorrect because the context which was being asked then was with regard to the care of the mental health care users. Now, what is being put is that she now knows the users enough to be able to indicate which one likes this and which one likes that. And when in truth, she answered that question in general terms to say, I remember there was a user who liked this. I remember there was another one who preferred to do this, and so on and so forth. I would ask the court to listen to the question carefully and what is being put to the witness. Because to me, there is a problem there. The context is changing.
My lady, can I respond?
But Ms. Bandelende wants you to assist her so that she can be able to understand what is it that you are objecting to. Because if I summarize what we have just submitted before this court, I see Mr. Late has also raised his hand. You are saying she was disputing the issue of care.
Indeed,
right? Right. And now she's being asked in relation to the fact that it seems she was interacting with the patients.
And which was something that which initially, my lady, it's simple. The question that needs to be asked. The question that needs to be asked is the extent to which she was interacting with this mental health care users.
Okay, I hear you.
That is the bottom line.
Okay, before I give Ms. Bandlender the chance, can I hear Mr. Lake?
My lady, I acknowledge Mr. Pihlela's right to object to questions and so forth, but for the purpose of getting on with this matter, I gathered from the witness that she is quite intelligent and she is able to differentiate the questions and being able to tell the questionnaire that when the question is not put correctly. And if there is something that is detrimental or is not prejudicial to the witness, such can be addressed addressed at the end of the matter. So
Yes, correct. This is cross-examination, because if you object and object and object, then we are going to end up losing the plot, isn't it?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, okay. I'm going to Mr. Phihlela, do you want to say something before I close the matter? We have explained to yourself. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to leave Ms. Bandlender. In case there is something that you are not comfortable with, those issues, you will address them in re-examination.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Bandlender, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, you heard the question. Do you need me to repeat it, or can you answer the question?
Ufuna uphindiwe umbuzo Manqobe noma ungawuphendula?
Ngicela ukuphendula nje ukuthi ukwazi uku-identifya ama-user. Kufanele noma usesikolweni mawazi ukuthi umuntu uthanda ukucula ngathi mawuyile bekuwuye approachayo, example uHenry. And then
just hold it there.
Being able to identify users, can I answer it this way? For instance, like somebody who likes to sing. Let's say you identify that person from school. In the instance of Henry, he would be the one who would come to me.
Like ama-officials now mabazile bebabuza uHenry ngoba bamazi kuwumuntu othanda leader izinto bengabazi bonke.
When the officials would come there, they would also ask for Henry, like, where is Henry? Because they knew him to be a person who loves to sing. I didn't know all of them.
Ama-family maweza bebangifonela bese ngibe ne-caregiver akwazi ukubachazela ukuthi uya kanjani i-user ku-organization.
When the families were arranging to come, they would phone me. Then I would allocate them a caregiver. The caregiver would then explain to them how the user is going on.
Mina bengizathatha ama-pictures to create i-profile ye-organization ukukhomba ukuthi bekuhambeka kanjani. Yiyo-ke le ndaba bengidlala as mangithi bengenza ku-administer.
So I took pictures to create a profile for the organization to show how things were going on. And this is what I mean when I say I was doing administration.
Kuma-event, because kunama-files nje akumele aphile akhona. Ama-event ayenzakalayo ku-organisation kumele u-reporte kuwe. Yingakho bengikwazi ukubhala nama-notes ukuthi kunje nanje. Information ngiyithola futhi nakuma-caregiver as basebenza nabo on daily basis.
There are files that must be kept there every time. There are events that take place that must be reported on. And that is why I would also take notes explaining what is happening with additional information given by the caregivers.
Yindaba mangithi bengenza i-administration, it's for such event uma zenzeka ngikwazi ukuzicapture nokubonisa indlela mina engizi-stretche ngakho ngokwazi kwe-organisation. Okuningi information bengiyithola kuma-caregiver.
That is why I say I was doing administration, and that is why also I was having the information that I had, which I got most of it from the caregivers.
Can we leave this? This says it has been answered. Can we leave it?
Yes, thank you. I think you've answered that, Ms. Ngube. All right. Can you please go to the second document?
It's 6 minutes to 4 o'clock. I don't know whether
My lady,
you are busy. I don't want you to start another user. Let's finish
no,
with
I'm not.
this one.
My lady, I want to just very quickly move on to the second document, and I'll be able to finish quite soon if you wouldn't mind indulging
No,
me.
that's fine. Page.
Okay. Page 37534. All right. The document is on the screen. Ms. Ngube, if that helps you. This is
document was screen name.
So this is the table that Mr. Pitlela added to our record today. I understand that you didn't compile this table. Is that correct?
My lady,
that's now incorrect.
Yes,
I don't know where that is
just a
coming
second,
from now.
Mr. Pitlela, I haven't recognized you. I haven't
Apologies to
recognized.
you.
Yes, this table, according to Mr. Pitlela, he kept on saying that the table was prepared by the witness.
Prepared
That
by
is
I
why.
had nothing to do with the table, my lady.
Come again?
I had nothing to do with the preparation of this table.
Yes, that is why when you
I don't know how
requested,
that can.
remember when you requested case line pages, he said it was going to be difficult for him to do that because the table was not prepared by him.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding, my lady. I didn't suggest that he prepared the table. I said Ms. Ngube didn't prepare the table.
Oh, okay. Let's just.
I'm not
hear
accusing
you.
Mr. Pitlela of preparing the table at all.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Mr. Pitlela.
All right.
Okay. All I was saying is that you didn't draft this table, correct, Ms. Ngube?
Okay.
Okay.
Continue, Mrs.
Email la besilokhu siwathumela kuma Department of Health. Ngeke ngakhophisha itafula leli nga-eda ama-dates lawa the last 2 columns bewadingakala as proof of the requested.
Yes, ma'am. Come again?
It is from the emails that we were sending to the departments. What I did is I copied the table and added the 2 last columns.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the last 2 columns were compiled by you.
Okusho ukuthi lama columns ayi-2 okugcina nguwena owa-edit.
Ama-dates ahlukahlukene lapho aye alungiswa kuma-final as ama-proof of EMS sheet mawavela
The different dates that are appearing there, they were finalized. Yebo.
Ama-dates wonke ewala, like yonke into ebeyila, it's either from previous, there's a lot of copies ezama-dates wama deceased ala. And then aphilwa bewaloku acompariwa ngawo ama-EMS declarations.
There are a lot of dates that are compiled here that kept being compared by the EMS declarations.
Ukungabi nama misunderstanding, because sometimes ungathola babhale i-date of transfer and ne-date of death imixekile. So impazamo mhlawumbe ibe khona lapho kodwa wonke ubufakazi bukhona.
So as not to create confusion, because you would find that they would confuse the date of transfer with another.
So you have corrected the incorrect dates, is that what I'm understanding?
Ingabe wena okushoyo ukuthi wena uye wa correcta lokhu bakama dates awengekho correct.
Okay, ngingenza example ku-Terence Chaba waku-7 iyasho ukuthi uye watransferwa ku-Pretoria West ngeyi-17 zaka-August. Phezulu ibhalwe date of death.
Just hold it there.
Can I make an example with Terence Chaba? It states that he was transferred. Transferred in Terence Chaba?
To Pretoria West.
Pretoria West. Nebona column lay in the middle. Iyasho ukuthi utransfer ngeyi-17 zaka-August. Phezulu kubhalwe date of death.
Okay. The column in the middle there, it says he was transferred on the 17th of August. At the top there, it is written date of death.
Ingakho ngisho ukuthi impazamo mhlawumbe iba lapho yikho ebengizama ukuchaza nokungibonisa.
What I was trying to explain was that an error would happen in that way.
My lady, I'm so confused now. Let's just break this down very slowly. Okay, Ms. Ngube. You've just told the court that you compiled the last two columns on this table, correct?
When ama columns amabili ogcina ngowena wabhalile kule table.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ngaphinde ngasho ukuthi i-information ebe ila ama copy and paste.
And I even added that
just
the information that is there is copy and paste.
So ingakho kubonakalisa ukuthi i-date, for example, eyaka Terence Chaba ikhomba ilanga leli transferelwe Pretoria West and then phezulu kubhalwe date of death.
That is why, as I point out with the date of Terence Chaba, the date whereupon he was transferred to Pretoria West, it is indicated as date of death.
Okay.
Ingakho at the end.
I'd like you just to answer my question, okay? I asked a very simple question. This is the third time I'm going to ask it. So let's just try and just listen to the question, answer the question, okay? The last... Sorry. Okay.
I compiled it.
Thank you. Okay. Are you comfortable that the dates in the last two columns are correct?
Ingabe ke wena comfortable ngokuthi lama dates akuma columns amabini okugcina wona are correct?
Yeah, according to ngendlela ngibhale ngakho and nangendlela i-proof ikhomba ngakho yeyithombe.
Yes, according to the way I wrote and according to the proof of the photos.
Okay. Now, just bear with me for a minute, my lady. Ms. Mbube, in your affidavit, which was GG1, at paragraph 10, I'll tell you what it says. If you'd like to go there, we can go there. At paragraph 10, you said that Sister Rebecca, who was your friend from Bopalong, came.
Paragraph 10, Sister Rebecca from Bopalong
came to assist you on the 17th and 19th of July.
Uyaweza ke uzokunceda nge-17 19th July.
Now, did she, in your affidavit, you say she did both, she did assessments and vital signs, correct?
She did vital signs on both.
Okay, she did vital signs. Now, my lady, I see Mr. Pihlela's got his hand up.
My lady, I apologize sincerely. But when I read the statement, it says on the 17th and on 19th July 2016, I then approached Sister Rebecca from Bopalong to come and assist me with the assessment of the patients to take vital signs. Now, that is what that statement says. Can it be put to the witness in the manner in which it is written?
But the witness has already clarified it. If I understood her evidence, she said she only came to assist with the taking of vital signs. Am I correct, Ms. Ngube?
She stepped aside, my lady.
Oh, okay.
My lady, the reason that I raised my hand is because, and this has been going on, what is written here, it's written in black and white, and how you then interpret it and put it to the witness are two different things, because you are giving it a different context. I don't understand it the way that counsel has been asking it to this.
Yes,
to this
but
witness.
what I'm saying, Mr. Pihlela, just for the sake of time, I think the court is also listening to this. The witness has answered. She herself corrected it to say Sister Rebecca only assisted with the taking of vital signs. That's how
My lady, I understand. I understand that, and my plea is that it be put the way it is written. That is all I'm asking. It should not be interpreted and changed into something else, because the way it's written is quite clear.
But the
Even
way
if the
it's
witness
written,
had answered, my lady, it's to me
yes.
May I respond, my lady?
My lady, the way it is written, it says on the 17th and 19th.
What page is that?
I
so
then
that I can
approached. My lady,
is
it's
the page
paragraph
number?
10.
It's on page
Paragraph 10.
1468, my lady, 1468, paragraph 10.
Line 5 from the bottom, my lady. It starts with on the 17th and 19th July 2016. I then approached Sister Rebecca for Bopalong clinic to come and assist me with the assessment of patients and take vital signs. Now that statement is quite clear. It does not need to be knocked further into place and be interpreted to mean that you approached her on the 17th and on she came on the 17th and on the 19th.
Might I respond?
Because that's not what it says.
Yes, Miss. You have made your point. Thank you, Mr. Pihlela.
My lady,
That's what pleases.
I think Mr. Pihlela is mishearing me. I said to the witness exactly what is in this paragraph. I said to her, your affidavit says that Miss Rebecca came from Bopalong to come and do an assessment of patients, and I said your affidavit also says and to take vital signs. I put that specifically to the witness. So to say that I'm putting something incorrect to the witness is just wrong. That's number one, my lady. Number two, Ms. Ngube also gave evidence on this paragraph earlier today. And she explained to the court that precipitate, she said Ms. Rebecca was her friend. So I'm not putting anything to her that is my spin or changing the context at all. That's just not right, my lady. Simply not right.
Okay,
and quite frankly, we're prolonging what should have actually taken a very short time.
Okay, let me close this. Just ask the question again, and then we proceed, please.
Okay. I see Mr. Late has his hand up.
Mr.
Yes,
Late.
Lady, I don't know whether your ladyship has had a look at the clock in the last.
I'm looking at it, but I thought she was wrapping up. But now I've got the problem was there were also objections. I see now it's now 9 minutes past 4.
Yeah, we are in any way going to proceed tomorrow with the same witness, and unfortunately I have another commitment at 5 o'clock. So I can't sit here for much longer.
My lady, we all have commitments. I have to be on a flight tomorrow, and if I need to be here at 10 o'clock, I will. But it will literally take me 3 or 4 more questions to finish with this witness. If you would rather me come back tomorrow morning, that's fine. But we certainly won't be here till 5 o'clock.
If it's only a few more questions, I don't have any problem. It just seemed as if it's going to take some time still.
Well, Mr. Late, that also depends on how many objections I have to deal with.
Can you just finish this aspect and then we lay to rest, and then we'll continue tomorrow?
No problem.
Please. What is happening there? I see the interpreter. What is happening there? Are you also looking at your watch? Are you also looking at your clock? All right, let's proceed. I saw you were standing and I didn't understand what was happening there. That's fine. Continue. Where is the witness?
My lady, Mr. Late's hand is still up. I'm not sure.
Mr. Late, if you can just lower your hand unless you want to address the court. Thank you. Continue. Where is the witness? Yes, let's just finish this point.
Thank you, Ms. Ngube. Okay, Ms. Ngube, I took you to paragraph 10 of your affidavit, and you confirmed that on the 17th and 19th of July, Sister Rebecca came to do to take vital signs, correct?
Confirming ukuthi 17-19 July, Sister Rebecca uyawaza uzothatha ama-vital signs. Kunjalo? Njalo Mangube?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at the table on page 37534.
Let's sibheka ke i-table for 37534.
If you look at the last column where it says the date the nurse did vital signs.
Siyabona i-date unesi ayenze ngayo ama-vital signs.
You'll see that there are no dates that are the 17th and 19th of July.
Siyabona ke ukuthi awekho ama-dates aka-17 and 19 July.
Do you have an explanation?
Ngiyachaza ukuthi ngengasho ukuthi ngalawo malanga lawo ngamcela ukuthi eze ama-pictures akhomba ubufakazi kwelanga aze ngalo. So mhlawumbe i-misunderstanding ibe khona makubhaliwa. Kodwa yingakho ngiletha ubufakazi ngoba into eningi bezenzeka.
I explained that I asked her to come over, and the pictures can attest to that. Maybe an error happened when things were written down because there was a lot that was happening.
Yingakho ngiletha ubufakazi kwama-picture ne-record ebuya ku-phone compared to konke mengabe ngakusho ukuphazamisa ama-date, because you can't remember every date of every event.
That is why I brought evidence from the phone pertaining to the dates, because one cannot remember every date of every event.
Okay, let's leave that.
Okay, look at Christopher Makgoba on that table.
But Christopher Makgoba ku table.
Can you see it? It's number 12.
Yeah, but to number 12.
Are you aware that we confirmed earlier today that Christopher Makgoba died on the 3rd of July, 2016? You recall that?
Khumbula ke ukuthi kuthiwa Christopher Makgoba iwashona ngomhla ka-3 July 2016.
Yeah, khumbula kushiwo.
I remember it being said.
And do you see that according to this table, on the 19th of July and the 27th of July, a nurse did an OCC assessment, and on the 19th of July, a nurse did the OCC assessment, and on the 27th of July, vital signs were taken for Mr. Makgoba. Do you see that?
Uyabona lapho efunda khona Mr. Makgoba. Uyabona? I see that.
Mr. Makgoba died long before those things allegedly occurred, according to this table. How can that be?
Kodwa ke Mr. Makgoba ebeshone kudala ngaphambi kwenzeka lezo zinto nakubhekwa leyo table kwenzeka kanjani?
Kungavulwa ama-file wakhe akhombisa yonke into beyenzeka from the day samthola nakho konke okwakwenzeka ngoba angikwazi ukukhumbula nokusho ukuthi ngelanga elithize i-use ethize kwenzakala kanje nakanje. Ama-files ngicela avuliwe newe-EMS nakho konke as individual. Mhlawumbe nikhona naku-record.
Okay. His file can be opened to see everything that happened to him right to the last, even the EMS, everything, every record can be opened because I cannot be able to say everything that happened to every user.
Okay, and in fact, thank you.
Okay, continue.
And in fact, Ms. Ngobe, in addition to Christopher Makgoba, on this table, the following people had died before the checks in the last two columns were done.
Labantu balandelayo bebeshonile ngaphambi kokuthi kwenziwe lokho.
Koko Nene, Sipiwe Makunga, Julia Chawe, Eric Mashilwane, Sarafina Ngobo. All of those people had died before this table says that they were assessed. And finally, Elizabeth Bota, Sepati Pilani, and Jeremiah Modise had all died before this table records that vital signs were done on them.
Nalabo ababizayo nababeshonile ngaphambi kokuthi kwenziwe le record yokwenziwa ama vital signs up.
Because
can I explain?
Yes.
Yebo.
Ishilo ukuthi ngiye yenza i-copy and paste ngoba
I did say that I made a copy and paste.
Ngoba ama-files bengingawaphathanga ngakimi yingakho bengithi ngithethe i-table endala ngakhophiya ama-files ngakhophiya the information ebeyidingeka ngangacheki ukuthi yiwo namanye ama-date a-updathiwe noma wa-updatewanga.
Because I did not have the files with me. And that is why I took the table and copied what I copied into it, not being aware or not having seen that some of the things have been updated or that they have not been updated.
Ukhombe ukungafihli lutho yingakho ngilethe neyithombe ezikhomba ama-date ukuze makubhekisisiwa kube nokuzwana kwakhona.
To show that I am not hiding anything, that is why I brought the photos that are showing the dates on them to show the correspondence thereof.
Okay.
Impazamo mhlampe nibeni undaba yokuthatha i-table lakudala elinga-updatewanga copy and paste of which ngiyacabanga ukuthi kube impazamo nje ngoba bengazi ukuthi ama-assessment ayenziwe through bonke ama-user.
The error happened in taking an old table and doing a copy and paste on it. However, I knew that an assessment was done on the users.
So, Ms. Ngube, I think we can then agree that this table cannot be relied on as accurate. Isn't that correct?
So angeke kuthiwa ningavumelana nokuthi le table ayikho accurate.
Just before she answers, I see there is a hand.
No, but listen, that's a matter for argument. I mean, the fact that one has included there is an error on something, that in fact doesn't mean it cannot be relied upon. That's an argument that should be made to your ladyship, not this witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Phihlela. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Milady. Milady, it's not a matter of argument, it's a matter of fact.
Yes.
It either is accurate or it's not accurate. What that means ultimately is a matter for argument. As a matter of fact, it must be accurate or not. That's the first thing. The second thing is I understood some half an hour ago that we were about to wrap up. If I might ask my ladyship if we can do that at some stage, we all have things to get to, unfortunately, as it pleases.
Perhaps what we should do, I thought you were going to wrap up and I see it's now.
Lady, I'm done. I'm done. I have no more questions for the witness, my lady.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're not yet finished with the witness, and the interpreter can want the witness to be here tomorrow, and also regarding the oath that she has taken.
Bazoqhubeka futhi kusasa. Ukhumbuleke ukuthi sasephansi kwesifungo awakaceda ukufakaza awuxoxe namuntu ngalolu daba angithi mina. Yebo, understood.
Thank you very much. The matter is remanded to tomorrow morning. I see Mr. Martin's hand is still up. I don't know whether you forgot to lower it.
I forgot, my lady, I'm sorry.
The proceedings are adjourned. We will therefore proceed tomorrow morning, the 5th of August 2022. Thank you very much, Ms. Ngube.
Ayabonga, mama.
As the court pleases.